Good evening. Come on in. Come on in. Good evening. Good evening. Come on in. Come on in, everybody. Good evening. Come on in. Come on in. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Come on in. 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 Hope you guys had a really, really good day today. Come on in. We're going to have a conversation. Come on in. And when you come in, click share, if you will. Good evening to all of you that are on my personal page, and also good evening to you that are on Benita Bradley Ministries page. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. Oh, my big sister is here tonight. Thank you for tuning in. So glad you're here. Thank you so much for supporting me. My biological big sister is on. So glad she is on and supporting tonight. Let's see who else this is. Shirley Williams, good evening. How are you? Thank you for tuning in and supporting. God bless you all. We're just going to wait a few more seconds, and then we're going to get right into it. While we're waiting, just enjoy a little bit of the music that's playing. That's Ella Spencer Smith. I own no rights to the music. So just enjoy a little bit of the music while we are waiting to let this kind of populate a little bit more. All right? And I want you to remember now, we have several devices going. I'm alone tonight, so y'all got to work with me. So I have several devices going on my personal page, on my ministry page, and on YouTube as well. So if I answer a question or I reply to something and you don't see it on the thread that you're on, don't worry about it. I'm okay. It's just that I may be replying to someone on a different thread or a different page or a different device, okay? Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get started, and as others come in, they can come on in, and then they can go back and catch up from the replay, I guess it's called. All right, so many of you know I have been talking about, first of all, let me welcome you again to our podcast, What's on Your Mind. I am your host, Benita Bradley. A lot of you know that I am a pastor, but on this particular show, I'm just Benita, just so we can have a little talk about life and what's going on with us and things of that nature. But on this particular show, the reason why this particular show was birthed is because, thank you. Is it thawed out enough? Put my straw in it. Thank you. This particular show was birthed out of just a need to address some things, that we deal with. Number one, in Christendom, in the church, in the black community, and just in everyday life, things that we don't really like to address, but, because either we're afraid to address them or we're not honest enough to address them or we don't understand that they need to be addressed, or we're a little bit afraid of the, backlash that we might receive when we do address them and things of that nature. But somebody has to get over the fear. Somebody has to be that pioneer to cut down all the trees so we can see the forest, if you will. And so just so happened, the Lord chose me. I was very skeptical about doing this particular show and being so transparent and so honest and open, because remember I told you that sometimes transparency makes you vulnerable. Thank you, darling. Sometimes transparency can make you vulnerable, and during these times nobody wants to be vulnerable. Nobody wants to be transparent to the point of vulnerability, because you just don't know what you're going to get when you think you're doing a good thing. And so that's why you have to wait to make sure, although it's a good thing, you have to make sure it's also a God thing, so that God blesses it, and no matter what the outcome is, you are blessed just from being obedient, okay? So tonight we're going to continue our discussion about depression, and depression in ministry, depression in Christendom, depression in relationships, and depression in everyday living. This is such a difficult subject to broach, particularly, as I said earlier, in the African American community, and more particularly from a Christian perspective, because it is believed, sadly believed, that if you are in Christ, or if you are a Christian or saved or born again, or whatever your particular vernacular that you use to describe someone who has made Jesus their choice or has made the Lord their choice or what have you, it is suggested that you should never, ever have any kind of issues, that whether mental issues or anything of that nature. I've heard it said that it's almost impossible that you would have any kind of mental issues or mental health issues or mental disorders or anything of that nature. That is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. And so we're going to discuss those things tonight, and we're going to get really into the meat and potatoes of it. Why is it such a taboo subject? Why are we so afraid, to talk about the things we need to talk about? You know what I mean? So I want to do this. I want to go ahead and get my commercials out of the way first. And as those that come in, they can go back and hit the replay to see the commercials. And also we're going to do some giveaways tonight as well. So but I want to do the commercials first, because once I get on a roll tonight, I don't want to have to break that roll and then do the commercials. So I'm going to do the commercials first, and then if time permits, I'll come back and do the commercials again once we start closing. But I do want to go ahead and get my sponsors mentioned and get that out of the way, because I have some incredible sponsors for the show. Also, if you want to become a sponsor or a partner of the show, I think I put the information up there correct this time. I listed my Cash App and our PayPal information. If you want to be a partner or a sponsor of the show, that is one way you can do that, by giving. Another way you can do it, if you have a business or services or goods of anything of that nature, you can inbox me and we can talk about the details of how you can become a sponsor that way as well. As you will see, the sponsors tonight, incredible partnerships that we've forged over the years, and so we're going to talk about them tonight. And I have some great giveaways. So if you are in the Atlanta area, and you get your lashes done and you enjoy getting your lashes done, I have something to give away for you tonight. So, but you have to be in the area at some point. I do ask that you not take the giveaway for the lashes, because they are a $80 value, and they cover a full classic set of lashes. And you can go in and get a one-time full classic set of lashes done on us. How about that? It's an $80 value. And so, but I do ask that if you're not in the Atlanta area, that you don't take it. Leave it to someone that can actually use it and that will use it, okay? We don't want to be wasteful, all right? So tonight we want to start out with our first sponsor tonight is Amazing Lash Studios, Amazing Lash Studios. For those of you that do get your lashes done, you are probably familiar with what a full classic set is. I don't wear lashes. I tell you that all the time because I rub my eyes too much, so, and I wanted to try them, but I haven't got the nerve up to try them yet, but they have agreed to be one of our sponsors for the show, and so I have 5 cards to give away, and they are good until the end of the year. All right, they expire December 31st, 2019, and again, they are $80 value. Let me tell you where the address. So if you're interested, if you like one of these, I'm going to tell you how to get it in a second. The address is 631 Miami Circle, Northeast, Suite 12B here in Atlanta. Okay? Again, these are in the Buckhead area. If you're near that area, if you go down that way, what have you, if you go around that area, if you can get to that area, and if you like a set of lashes for free on the house for $80 value, it covers full classic set. Anything extra now, you have to pay for it, okay? You're going to have to pay for it. So if you go in there and you be like, well, I want green lashes, I want purple lashes, you're going to have to pay the difference, all right? This is only an $80 value, all right? So anything extra, you're going to have to pay that, all right? So stay tuned. I'm going to tell you how to get this, okay? So remember now when I mention this, I'm going to tell you what to do to get it, okay? All right. So the next thing we have, me personally, I'll be giving away one of my books tonight. I'll be giving away one of my books tonight, and my next sponsor did all of my book covers. I'm going to tell you about him in a second, but I'm going to be giving away one of my books tonight, all right? There's no restriction on your mailing address as long as you're inside of the United States, okay? Because mailing outside of the United States is extra, all right? We have to fill out a lot of paperwork, okay? And a mailing cost is a lot more, all right? So I'm going to be giving away one of my books tonight, all right? These are all of my books. They're also available at Amazon.com. And 2 of them are available on Kindle. All right, so these are the books. I'm going to be giving away a book tonight, so stay tuned. I'm going to tell you how to get a book free of charge. Let me play the commercials for my next sponsor. This guy did all of my graphic work. He does all of my graphics work. His name is Vander Williams. He is one of my sponsors, and the name of his company, he has 2 companies. The name of the one we're going to talk about tonight, where he does all of my book covers for me, is King's Scribe Writers Community, and he's also the CEO of Vision Graphics. All right, here is his commercial.
Today, first of all, let me say I am so grateful for my sister, Benita Bradley,
right. Thank you, Vander. That was Vander Williams, King's Squad Writers Community. Good evening, Pastor Shane. How are you? Um, if you are needing your book done, book covers, what have you, you've written a book, like you said, book of poetry, recipes, what have you, he is the guy that will help you make your dreams come true of being a published author, okay? All right. Our next, I'm sorry, started too fast. Our next sponsor is Joy. She's here on Facebook also. Joy Gilchrist. She's on Facebook. Jazzy, y'all know I have to say her is real slow. Jazzy J's Jewelry Chest. All right. Remember these names now because this is how you're going to win your gift. Jazzy J's Jewelry Chest. All right, let's see. What's his info again? Okay, his name is Vander Williams. V-A-N-D-E-R, last name Williams. Again, V as in Victor, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, D as in David, E as in Elephant, and R as in Rainbow. Vander Williams. Look him up on Facebook, and he will help you. Remember to mention the What's on Your Mind podcast with your host, Benita Bradley, and he will give you $50 off the services, okay? Remember, you have to mention What's on Your Mind podcast with your host, Benita Bradley, and he will give you $50 off, all right? All right, I think he's watching, so Vander, if you're on, let's see, I think that's Carla asking for information, all right? Carla, again, V-A-N-D-E-R. Williams is his name, Vander Williams. Please look him up on Facebook. And again, remember to mention the What's on Your Mind podcast, and he'll give you $50 off. All right? Thanks, Pastor Shane. All right. All right, so our next sponsor is, again, Joy, J-O-I, Gilchrist, G as in girl, I as in igloo, L as in Larry, and then Christ. It's like Christ, but it's pronounced Chris, like Gilchrist, okay? All right, here she is.
One of the sponsors for the show called What's on Your Mind. Hello, my name is Joy Gilchrist, and I am one of the sponsors for the show called What's on Your Mind, hosted by Benita Bradley. I'm an independent consultant for paparazzi accessories. All jewelry is $5 plus tax with your index free. You can add me on Facebook at Jazzy J Jewelry Check to catch my live show showing my beautiful piece. You can also purchase my jewelry through my website, www.jazzyjjewelrycheck.com. I have known Benita Bradley for many years, and I support her in everything she does. Also, I support fellow entrepreneurs. I am sponsoring this show because I believe in my brand and its ability to change lives. They will be having a giveaway on the show which I will be participating in, and I will be giving away this lovely necklace that comes with matching jewelry. So one of you wonderful people will be giving this beautiful necklace set in the giveaway. My quote that I go by is, if you look good, you feel good.
All right, thank you, Joy. That was Joy Gilchrist with Jazzy J's Jewelry Chest. All right, look her up on Facebook, and you'll be glad that you did. Also, don't forget about the giveaway. Their necklace is silver and red. Okay, I actually need that for myself. I need something with red, and I don't have any accessories with red in it. But I'll let y'all get it, okay? So, so remember to Let me get in the comments live with you guys so I can see who's talking to me. Give me 1 second, and I'll get in the comments live with you guys on my personal page. Okay. Give me 1 second. So those are my sponsors, and look them up here on Facebook. Now you can look all of them up on Facebook except for Amazing Lash Studios. All right. Remember to get this. I need you to be in the Atlanta area if you want to get your lashes done. It's an $80 value. I'm gonna give you their address again: 631 Miami Circle Northeast, Suite 12B here in Atlanta. That is in the Buckhead area. So if you get this particular, it's an $80 value. Okay, I am here with you guys live in the comments now. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. So, let me get in the comments with you. Now I can see who's talking to me. All right, so what we're going to be talking about tonight, again, is we're going to be talking about Carla, you're more than welcome. It's my pleasure. We're going to be talking about depression in ministry, depression in Christendom, depression in relationships, and depression in everyday living. And tonight, the information that I'm going to give to you is from the Mayo Clinic. All the information that I'm going to give to you tonight is from the Mayo Clinic, and then we're going to get into to the discussion full force. And if there's anyone on the line, hey, Pastor Patrick. No, I'm not dragging my feet. I'm by myself, so I forgot to turn the other light on. So I had to run and turn the light on. Thank you for tuning in. I love you too, brother. He's so silly. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. So, and if someone's on the line on either line, if you want to chime in, let me know. And I think it might be as simple as hitting something that lets you come in on the live with me. Okay. And it's not that simple. Somebody tell me how to do it. All right. All right. So let's talk about what depression is. And again, we have gone for so long without having these kind of conversations in our homes, in our churches, in our communities, because it's just not popular to have these particular kinds of conversations, because when you start talking about mental illness, it just sounds really bad, So we like to try to find a cute way to say stuff that we don't want to talk about, So when we talk about depression is a form of mental illness or mental disorder, and it does fall under the category of mental health issues, okay? And it's okay. It's not demonic. It's not a bad thing. It's absolutely not the end of the world, and you can live with it, and you can have an absolutely normal life for as much as anybody is normal these days. You can have a normal life, okay? All right. So depression, it says depression is a mood disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness and loss of interest It is also it's also called major depressive disorder or clinical depression. It affects how you feel, think, and behave, and can lead to a variety of emotional and physical problems. I share it with you, and I share it now without shame, that I was diagnosed with clinical depression, after my daughter died suddenly, and so I see a therapist once a month. In fact, they just called me today to give me a reminder of my appointment on Wednesday coming up, and it has really, really helped. I see a lot of people posting like, you can have Jesus and a therapy. That is absolutely true. And these days, I highly recommend that you have both. Even if you have never been diagnosed with anything, I just suggest that you find somebody to talk to, that can help you manage the day-to-day cares of this particular world at this particular time where we are. All right? It says that you may have trouble doing normal day-to-day activities, and sometimes you may feel as if life isn't worth living. I got to that point as well. I've been there. I've been there to where I was like, Lord, if you don't come get me, I'll find a way to come to you. I've had those thoughts before. According to the Mayo Clinic, here are some of the symptoms that you may want to look for, whether it's yourself or your loved ones or someone at your church or someone in your community, someone at your job. Here are some of the symptoms. It says, although depression may occur only once during your life, probably people typically have multiple episodes. Listen to this. Although depression may occur only once during your life, people typically have multiple episodes. All right? Listen to this. During these episodes, symptoms occur most of the day, nearly every day, and may include, all right, here are the symptoms: feeling of sadness, tearfulness, emptiness, hopelessness, angry outbursts, irritability or frustration, even over small matters, loss of interest or pleasure in most or all normal activities, such as sex, hobbies, or sports. And remember, I said to you one time before that depression is something that women are diagnosed with more than men, and the only reason that is because men are less apt to go to the doctor when they start recognizing something is kind of off with them. They don't feel like themselves, and when a woman goes through the symptoms of depression, it's like she totally shuts down. A man, he becomes irritable, easily aggravated, things of that nature. And one of the things that the information that the study did show was that when a man goes through depression or symptoms of depression, although he may lose interest in sex, he does not lose interest in the activity of sex. Did y'all get that? Does that make sense to you? He'll lose interest in it, but he will not lose his ability to perform. See, that's the difference. So, if you notice your mate, your husband, boyfriend, whomever is going through any of these symptoms, and he's not feeling sexual or what have you, but he may be having sex, it just might not be with you. You might want to have a conversation, because he could lose interest in what's right there and seek it somewhere else, and it may not have anything to do with you. We'll get into that at another time, but because I know some of you are like, child, please, nah, you cheat on me, that's a wrap, but it is what it is. It's one of those things that we don't want to talk about, but we got to talk about them if we're going to get any kind of healing, not just to the body of Christ, but healing in our communities, healing in our homes. If we're ever going to, get our black men to open up and talk to us the way we want them. We want them to feel safe to talk to us about anything. I hear so many times women say, well, he don't talk to me. He won't talk to me about this, and he won't talk to me about that. Well, men are a different kind of species. You know, women, we'll talk about anything. We'll just open it right up and, child, let me tell you what happened. You know, this is what happened. This is when it happened. This is how I felt when it happened. And I'm telling you, if it ever happened again, you know, we'll go through all of the emotions, you know, how we felt when it happened. We go through all of that. It costs us nothing to go through it. But a man is not so. You know, you got to make it safe for him to open up. You got to make it safe for him to kind of bear all. You got to make it safe for him to divulge his secrets. You got to make it safe for him to let you see the good side, the ugly side, and the indifferent side. You got to make it safe for him to be who he is. You know, he don't want to always have to pretend around, you know, his female counterpart, but we have to make it safe. And I'm not telling you to give anybody a pass, you know, to be disrespectful to you or anything of that nature. Hear beyond that. Hear me with the ears of wisdom here. Hear me with the ears of intelligence here. Hear me with the ears of the spirit here, and understand that if we're going to get somewhere different, we've got to start doing things differently. Okay? So when men go through depression, they're going to act totally different than what you and I as females would go, how we would behave when we go through depression. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't get out the bed. You know, first day was okay. Second day, third day, I was like, wait a minute. I only want to get out the bed to get a shower, get back in the bed. You know, I stopped eating, whatever. So the next time I went to my therapist, you know, she was like, I can feel your collarbone. She was like, are you eating? I was like, yeah, I'm eating. She was like, every time I see you, you know, you're losing more and more weight. She was like, I mean, you look good, but she was like, I'm kind of worried about you now, you know. And she began to ask me, she says, well, how are you doing with your daughter's death? She said, I know that was really hard, but it was harder than I thought it was. You know, I thought I could just grieve and then kind of move on, you know, and grief. I knew grief came in waves, but I had no idea the waves would be, you know, so contrary, and that the winds would be so contrary, and the waves would be so high. I had no idea. I thought I could just, you know, kind of ride a wave and bounce back, ride a wave over here and bounce back, but it did not happen for me that way. And so after a while, I just kind of felt myself kind of getting hopeless and feeling like, well, you know, I don't want to, you know, how am I going to go on without my firstborn, you know? And I share the story that she called me at a little bit after 12 noon to come to the hospital where she was, and 12 hours later, they pronounced her dead. That's like how fast she died. And even today, I still don't even fully understand what happened. You know, I had been trying to get the autopsy, but, you know, someone was blocking me on that side, you know, so it was just something. And so when you go through things like that, you know, you think that you can just go through it and bounce right back, you know, particularly if you don't have like a full support system. And for me, all of my family lives in Orlando. You know, I have, my mother is still living. She lives in Orlando. My dad is deceased. And then I had 7 sisters and brothers. One is deceased, so I have 2 brothers and 4 biological sisters. But all of them, again, live in Orlando, Florida. And so I am the only one from my immediate family that lives here in Atlanta, Georgia. And so I don't have what I would consider a hands-on support system. It's just me and my kids. It was just me and my 3 adult kids and my 2 grandbabies. So now it's just me and my 2 adult kids and my 2 grandbabies. So I don't really have like hey, can you come over and sit with me for a minute? You know, can you come over and just you know, or can I come over and sit with you? You know, I don't have that I feel comfortable enough doing. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it a little bit tougher for me to deal with at times. And so that's how come I make sure I see my therapist when I'm supposed to see her. I do my journaling. And another thing that's really therapeutic is this show. You know, I talked with my therapist before I started this show. She actually had thought I'd have started it 3 months before I started, because she and I had been talking about it, and so I had asked her about it. I said, do you think I'm ready to come forward with my story, and do you think I'm ready to come forward, you know, and let people know this, you know, dealing with depression is not, you know, it's not a demonic thing. It's not a spirit, but it just happens. It's something that we deal with in life, you know, but it's manageable. You know, that's the key word. It's not something that you can get over or snap out of. That's the wording that the Mayo Clinic used. It says, more than just about the blues, depression isn't a weakness. Listen to this. Depression is not a weakness, and you cannot simply just snap out of it. You know, people are quick to say, oh, just get over it. Everything gonna be all right. It can't be that hard. It can't be that difficult. Well, until you get there, you don't know what there looks like. You know, until you have to deal with something just so heartbreaking, you know, something so devastating. You know, because on top of my daughter dying suddenly, you know, many of you know, and I'm not ashamed to share, I talk about my journey of dealing with brain tumors as well, having to have gone through 2 surgeries and things of that nature, and, you know, and then I think in March they gave me a report that it looks like the tumor might be growing back, you know, and I'm just like, you know, I cried and I cried and I cried and I cried, you know, and I was just like, I don't know if I can do this. And the crazy part about that, March was also the 1st year anniversary of my daughter's death. She died March 31st, but we could not bury her until April around the 14th, because like I said, she was declining so fast. They were just giving her everything to try to stop her from dying so fast, and they couldn't figure out what was the cause of it. So by the time they finished pumping all this stuff in her, she was like 3 times her size. So it took them that long to just get all the fluid off of her and get her back to regular size. So we could actually bury her, you know, properly. So it was like having 2 different dates to deal with, you know, the date she died and then the date we actually buried her, you know. So that was a really difficult time for me. I was also in school, you know, pursuing my degree in psychology with the concentration in clinical and psychological counseling as well, you know. And I was doing really good. But last semester, I failed a class, and that hit me really hard. I was like, I've never failed a class, you know, and so I called the school, but thanks be unto God, my GPA is high enough to it didn't hurt me, because she's smart like that. Thank the Lord, you know. So, but anyhow, you know, depression is something that when you hear it, it sounds really bad at first, particularly if you hear it as it relates to somebody else. But when you hear it as it relates to yourself, the first thing came to my mind was, I can't tell nobody. It took me a long time to tell my children, you know, my adult children. It took me a long time to tell them that I had been diagnosed with clinical depression, you know, because it was like, okay, well, you know, here I am. I'm a preacher. I'm a prophet. I'm mom. I'm grandmom. You know, I'm this. I'm that. You know, and I got to tell people that, because I thought, just like a lot of people thought it was a weakness, or sometimes it's related to something spiritual. But the more I got into therapy and the more I did my research, nothing could be further from the truth, okay? And so it says depression may require long-term treatment, but don't get discouraged. Most people with depression feel better with medication, psychotherapy, or both. And I remember I told you, don't let the terminology scare you from coming forth with your story or from seeking the help you need, because psychotherapy just is talk therapy. That's all that means, get you somebody to talk to. That's really all that means, all right? And so, and also, we were talking about how you'll have multiple episodes in life, all right? So, you'll have a loss of interest or pleasure in most or all your normal activities, such as sex, your hobbies, or sports. I had gotten to the point I didn't want to leave the house. I didn't want to be around people, because I knew the first thing people would say was, oh, I'm so sorry about your daughter, how are you doing? I don't know, like, how am I supposed to be doing, and here's the thing, people mean well, but sometimes you didn't know what to say, how are you doing? I don't know, I don't know how I'm doing. That's what I really wanted to say, but, we give the church answer, oh, I'm blessed, I'm all right, and me, I'm well, I'm well, thank you, how are you? That's always my go-to answer. I'm well. But on the inside, I was like screaming. Like, Lord, why I'm not doing good at all, And every time somebody would ask me, like, how are you doing? I would say, I'm well, thank you. How are you? But on the inside, honey, let me tell you, I was, a wreck, and I could not voice that. I could not admit that. I could not confess that to anyone, because I knew people didn't understand. You say, what now? You were diagnosed with what? Oh, child, that's a spirit. We just gonna pray. We just gonna pray and believe God. We're gonna ask God to intervene. We just gonna pray and believe God. And you be like, I don't really want to talk to you about this no more, because you already feel some kind of way, when you hear that. And then for somebody to tell you it's a spirit, child, you don't want to hear that, so a lot of times people keep it to themselves. And the other symptoms are sleep disturbance, including insomnia or sleeping too much. I would vacillate between the two. Sometimes I would have extreme insomnia. Every now and then I would sleep, but not much. But the insomnia part, extreme insomnia. I could stay up from one day and literally see the sun come up the next day and still just be lying in bed watching TV, like wide awake, And before I know it, the kids are getting up to go to school, and I'm still awake, like I haven't been to sleep, and then probably like 9 or 10 I start getting sleepy, but it's time to get up and get busy, it's time to get up and, get to work or whatever I got to do for that particular day, start on a book or, what have you, start on my schoolwork or what have you. And I did that for so long till finally, one day I went to see my therapist, and she said, how are you sleeping? She said, I'm really worried about you. And I said, you know what, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sleeping at all. I said, I can stay up from one day clear to the next. She says, well, how often are you doing that? I'm like, maybe 2 or 3 days out of the week. She says, what? So she was like, I need to give you something to sleep. And I was like, no, I'm all right. I don't need anything to help me sleep. And she's like, but you cannot function. She says, you're just existing. You're not living. She says, if you're not resting, if you're not sleeping, and you're not coping well, she says, then you are only existing. And when she began to break that down to me, listen, I'm studying, I'm counseling people. I got all the books. I'm a pretty smart, pretty smart cookie. Not just in my own right, but if you know me personally, I'm a pretty smart person. So I got all this knowledge, but when it happened to me, I was the first to say, "Oh, I'm all right." No, I don't need anything to help me sleep. I'm good. And she was like, "But I'm looking at you." She was like, "You're just existing." And so then she started telling me, she was like, "You're coming in." She was like, "I can see your bones." And I remember one day I was doing something, and my daughter walked by me, and she was like, "Mom, what is that sticking out the back of your neck?" So I was like, "What?" She was like, "It's like a bone sticking out the back of your neck." So again, remember I told you, women are quick to go to the doctor. If we feel something, we think something. I don't know about y'all, but I'm quick to make an appointment. So I make an appointment to go see my primary. So I go to my primary, and I say, "Well, my daughter said I have, a bone or something." So I'm like this, and I'm showing my primary. I said, "There's a bone sticking out of my neck right there." And so my doctor said, "Miss Bradley, that's just your bone. That's your bone structure." And he said, "There's nothing wrong with you. You've just lost a lot of weight." And he said, "You continuously losing weight." And so he started asking, "Is everything okay?" So then I had to tell him what happened, and I think that was the biggest thing. I didn't want to keep telling people my story. I didn't want to keep repeating why I was in this particular state of mind, why I was feeling like I was feeling, why I was feeling like I couldn't, get it together. I didn't want to have to keep explaining. So it was easier for me to just kind of shut down and shut everybody out versus me having to keep explaining why do I feel the way I feel, why I didn't want to talk to anybody, why I didn't really want to see anybody, why I didn't want to be around anybody. It was easier for me to shut down. And so I wasn't sleeping at all, And so tiredness and lack of energy, so even small tasks takes extra effort. I told you last semester was really, really hard because it was the first year anniversary, and I failed a class for the first time, and that was devastating to me. And so when I called my advisor and I was talking to her, she was like, "Ms. Bradley, you've never, what's going on?" So I had to tell her. And again, it just aggravated me to have to go through that story again. But what wound up happening was after we finished talking, a few days later, she sent me this beautiful handwritten card in the mail that I totally did not expect, And she prayed with me over the phone, and one of the things I had feared the most was, messing up my GPA, because I'm very big on that. And so as I was talking to her, and I was like, "Well, go ahead and give me the bad news, like how bad, did I damage my GPA?" She was like, "Well, here's the good news." She was like, "Your GPA is high enough to where, that one class didn't even affect you." And I was like, "Are you serious?" She was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Let's pull everything up." So we pulled everything up. We went over everything together. And she was like, "Well, you just take it over, in August." And she was like, "But your GPA is so high, that one class really, it didn't knock you out of the ballpark for anything." And I was like, "Okay, thank you, Lord." And I just broke down crying because I thought that at one point, this thing was getting the better of me, but at the end of the day, I was learning how to manage it. And that's a word you want to learn. Again, depression is not just something you get over. It's not just something you snap out of. It's something you learn how to manage, all right? And you learn how to live. You learn how to live with it and manage it so that it does not have victory over you, okay? And then you have to learn a new normal, You have to learn a new normal after the divorce. You have to learn a new normal After you lose a job, you have to learn a new normal. After you lose a loved one, you have to learn a new normal. After you lose a home to foreclosure, you have to learn a new normal. After you move in a different state and your family is here but you're there, sometimes you just have to learn a new normal. You have to learn a new normal when you go through sickness for a long time. It's a lot of stuff I had to learn. I had to learn a new normal for a lot of stuff, you know, and so, and it's okay, you know, it's okay to say, you know, well, I can't do that right now. It's okay to say, like, I always wanted to run, you know, but after having 2 strokes before they did the surgery, because the brain tumors were causing me to have these little mini strokes. So I always wanted to run, you know, and I used to run a lot. But after that, you know, now I just kind of jog. You know, I have to jog. I can't, you know, sprint and run like I used to and like I like to, you know. And so now I can run, I can jog, but I can't sprint like I want to. So that's my new normal. Jogging is my new normal now. And I've learned to say it's okay. You know, that way I'm not so frustrated within myself. I'm not so angry within myself. I'm not so, gosh, you know, God, why'd you let this happen? You know, I shared one time when I went through the 2nd stroke, that's when they found out that the brain tumor was not responding to treatment. And in fact, it had started to grow. That was before the surgery. And I cried and I cried because, again, I had no family, you know, except for my kids. I had no family here to go through all of that with me. And so then when they told me that I was crying, I was talking to my mom on the phone. I was like, Mom, I don't know what God wants from me. I've been serving Him since I was 14. You know, I've been working in the ministry, you know. I gave my life to Him, you know. I don't know what else He wants from me. Like, you know, what does He want? So my mom was talking to me, and after we got off the phone, I cried. And I knew something was up, you know. When 5 doctors came in and surrounded my bed, I knew something was up. I'm just like, okay, this can't be good, you know. So that's when they came in. And they told me that the tumors were not responding to treatment and that it was imperative that they get it out immediately. Peradventure, the next stroke would be more severe than the first 2. All right, so here's what I asked God. I asked the Lord, so like, how are you going to use this for your glory? Everything in me wanted me to say, why me? Why me? But I had already been through that. I had already done that, you know. And so this time around, you know, I asked the Lord, like, how are you going to use this for your glory? How are you going to get glory out of this? And then my next question was, how are you going to make this work for my good? Because I'm understanding you a little bit better now. I'm understanding the scripture that it was good for me that I had been afflicted, because now I get to know you. Now I get to know you in the fellowship of your suffering. So now I'm asking you a whole different line of question. Before I was asking you why. Why would you allow me to go through this? Why would you allow my daughter to die? Why would you allow for me to get brain tumors of all people? Like, why? But listen, by the 2nd year of all of this happening, my why changed to how. How are you going to use this to get glory? How are you going to use this to work for my big good? Because now I understand that you got a way. You and your infinite wisdom, in the midst of brain tumors, in the midst of losing my firstborn, in the midst of being diagnosed with clinical depression, I still understand that the sovereign God, I'm not trying to preach, but listen, the sovereign God, I understand now that you got a way me to make it all work together for my good. Why? Because I'm called according to your purpose, and I'm in love with you, and I have been since I was a young girl. And I'm telling you, from the age of 14, when I first fell in love with him, to the age of 51, I still love him. I still love him. And so, I want to know, God, how is this going to work for my good, but for your glory? And here's what he said. He said, just hold on and watch. Just hold on and watch. All right, so I'm holding on and I'm watching. And so in the midst of my holding on and watching, here comes another report. And so I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding. You know, and you know how you get in your mind like, if one more thing happens, I just don't know if I can take it. I don't know if I can take it. If one more thing happens, I just don't know if I can take it. 9 times out of 10, what happens? One more thing happens. Because he promised not to put more on us than we can bear. And I'm telling you, at the end of the day, half of us don't believe that because it just don't seem like it's true. Because half the stuff we go through, it just seems unbearable. I don't know if you're going to be that honest, but I'm going to speak for Benita. A lot of stuff I go through, it seems unbearable until I come out on the other side of it. Anybody hear what I'm saying? It seems unbearable until I come out on the other side of it. And then I look back and I see where the Lord brought me from. And again, I tell him, thank you, because remember what I told you, a thankful people is a blessed people, all right? And so sometimes I would just not be able to do the small things. I'm an author. I couldn't write. I would sit down to my desk to either write or work on other projects, and I just couldn't. You know, the flow wasn't there. The creativity was not there. It wasn't there, and no matter how hard I tried to force it, it wouldn't come. It just wouldn't come. You know, my flow was all just, my flow was everywhere. And normally, listen, if I could put out 4 books in a 4-month span of time, you know, I'm a really good writer. But when all of that happened, I couldn't. I'm still trying to work my way back to it all, to be honest with you. I still, you know, I've gone a year without putting out a book. And that was not my goal. My goal, I put out 4 books the last quarter of 2017. My goal was to put out 8 books in 2018. That was my goal. But so much happened, and then I couldn't focus. Just like it says here, the Mayo Clinic says that even the small tasks will just seem so mountainous, you know, to things that I used to just sit down and do. I can't just do that right now. You know, as I keep working through therapy, you know, and I keep doing my work and keep doing my part, you know, I'm coming back around to, like the other day, I woke up and I started hearing a book, and that's how I write. I write like I'm taking dictation. People say, well, how do you just sit down and write? One of my brothers asked me one time, he says, now, I struggle with writing my book. He said, but you just put out 4 books with brain tumors, brain surgery, and all of that. He says, how did you do that? I says, I don't really know. I can't really answer it. You know, but a lot of times what happens is when I sit down to the computer, I'll start hearing. It's like dictation. I can hear the words, and I'll just start typing. Or I'll write it out by hand, then I'll give it to my daughter to type for me, because she types really, really fast. You know, so those are the 2 ways I write a book. Most of the time I hear it. You know, I hear the book, and then I'll see it on paper. But most of the time, it's like I'll sit to my computer, and I'll hear the Spirit of the Lord just talking to me. And it's like I'm talking to you guys. And if anyone has ever taken dictation, if you've ever been a court reporter, or, you know, anything like that, a legal secretary, anything of that nature. You know what I'm talking about. So it's like I sit to the computer and I literally I can hear a book, and while I'm hearing it, I just write it. That's how I came up with these 4 books. This book, this book we put out, me and Vander Williams, we put this book out in September 2017, and then we put this book out in October 2017, and then we put this book out November 2017, and then we put this book out December 2017. That is exactly how I work when I'm in that good groove of writing. Those of you that are authors, you understand what I mean when I say when I'm in that groove, when I'm in that vein. I can just sit down and I can just spit them out like that. But when I go through these episodes with depression, it's hard for me to hear. It's hard for me to hear the books. The only thing that I'm clear on hearing when I'm going through these episodes, it pertains to spiritual matters. You understand what I'm saying? But like stuff I do like every day, when I'm going through these episodes, like it affects that. So I have to wait till I come around from that episode that I can hear again, and then it's easy for me to sit down and be creative again. I'm also a ghostwriter. And so when I'm writing for other people, they can tell me, okay, what's your idea? They can give me one sheet of paper and I can turn it into a book for them, because I can like hear and see how they think, but it's my words, but it's how they think. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what makes me good at what I do, and I know that this is what I know, not just being arrogant or anything, but it's what I do, and it's not something I just started doing. I've been doing it for quite a while. But when I go through these episodes, it affects that as well. So that's why the Mayo Clinic is saying your everyday activities are affected, okay? I talked about it reduces your appetite and weight loss, or it either increases your craving for food and you gain weight. Some people go far, far, far to the left with losing weight like I did, and some people go far, far, far to the right in gaining weight like I did at one time, okay? You have anxiety, agitation, restlessness, slow thinking, speaking, or body movement, feeling of worthlessness or guilt, fixating on past failures or self-blame. We always go through, what could I have done differently? Could I have done this or could I have done that? And a lot of stuff is just like totally out of our control. There's nothing we could have done differently than what we did or didn't do that would have changed or given us a different outcome than what we experienced. When you have episodes of depression, you have trouble thinking, concentrating, making decisions, remembering things, frequent or recurrent thoughts of death, suicidal thoughts, suicide attempts, or suicide itself. I went through all of that. Over 7 years ago. I went through all of that. Unexplained physical problems such as your back pain, constant back pain, headaches, you're constantly going to the doctor. People who suffer with fibromyalgia is in that department because it's like your nerves are doing stuff that doctors can't pinpoint. They can't stop them, but they can't pinpoint them either. And so that comes under a mental illness or a mental disorder. And again, I know we don't like to talk about that particular word because it just really sounds bad, but it's not as bad as it sounds, okay? Because there is help. So for many people with depression, symptoms usually are severe enough to cause noticeable problems in day-to-day activities such as work. I talked about that. School, I talked about that. Social activities, I talked about that. Or relationships with others, I talked about that. Some people may feel generally miserable or unhappy without really knowing why. And again, if you're not sure if you're going through these symptoms or not. Pay attention to if, people around you are saying, hey, you okay? I noticed, you've been kind of different lately or what have you. Depression symptoms in children and teens. Listen to this. Common signs and symptoms of depression in children and teenagers are similar to those of adults, but there can be some differences. In younger children, symptoms of depression may include sadness, irritability, clinginess, worry, aches and pains, refusing to go to school, or being underweight. My 16-year-old, she went through a lot of these things when her mom, my oldest daughter, died. In teens, symptoms may include sadness, irritability, feeling negative or worthless, anger, poor performance or poor attendance at school, feeling misunderstood and extremely sensitive, using recreational drugs or alcohol, sleeping or eating or sleeping too much, extremely sensitive, self-harm, loss of interest in normal activities, and avoidance of social interaction. So you see the symptoms are kind of the same, but there are some differences. Symptoms of depression in older adults. If you're a caretaker to your mother or father, uncle or aunt, grandparents, listen to this. Depression is not a normal part of growing older, and it should never be taken lightly. Unfortunately, depression often goes undiagnosed and untreated in older adults, and they may feel reluctant to seek help. Symptoms of depression may be different or less obvious in older adults, such as memory difficulties or personality changes, physical aches or pains, fatigue, loss of appetite, sleep problems, or loss of interest in sex. Getting old does not necessarily mean that everything dies. Old don't mean dead. So the Mayo Clinic is saying, don't take these signs that, that's just obvious because they're getting old. No. It says not caused by a medical condition or medication. Often wanted to stay home rather than going out to socialize or doing new things, suicidal thoughts or feelings. Listen to this, especially in older men. That takes us back to the fact that men don't always get the help they need because, again, you guys are not so quick to go to the doctor. You guys are not so quick to say, hey, this is how I'm feeling. You guys are not so quick to say, I don't know, I've just been feeling irritable lately. Everything getting on my nerves. Men don't normally talk like that. If you ask them what's wrong, I don't know, ain't nothing wrong. I just want to be left alone. Why? I don't know. And so we got to make it safe for them to find out why they don't know. Okay? So when do we see a doctor? When you feel depressed, make an appointment to see your doctor or mental health professional as soon as you can. If you're reluctant to seek treatment, talk to a friend or loved one, any healthcare professional, faith leader, or someone you can trust. Don't just talk to anybody, particularly if you know they're busy about it. You can't talk to anybody about something like this because everybody is not intelligent enough to have these kind of conversations, and some of you may see this live or may be on now and says, well, if I was her, I wouldn't be, telling all my business like that. Child, I'm over that, I'm so over what people will and won't think, how it will and won't look, listen, whom the sun set free, I'm free indeed, child. And so now my assignment is to help somebody, to help as many people as I can. I read to you the stats about depression. 322 million people worldwide deal with depression. 14.8 million people in a year's time deal with the episodes and the symptoms of depression. Women are diagnosed with it more than men, but men have a higher rate of depression that goes undiagnosed, underdiagnosed, misdiagnosed, because again, you guys don't go to the doctor, and particularly in the black community, according to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America. You know, they talk about the African American circle, how black men absolutely will not have this discussion right here, okay? And so when do you get emergency help? If you think you may hurt yourself or if you may attempt suicide, call 911 or your local emergency number immediately. You know, here's some other options. I always give out this a crisis hotline number in the United States called the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. Again, the number is 1-800-273-8255. If you're a veteran, the Veteran Crisis Line is the same number, 1-800-273-8255, and you want to press option 1, all right? If you're a veteran, use the same number, but you press option 1, 1-800-273-8255. Press option 1 if you are a veteran. All others, you just dial the number straight, 1-800-273-8255. And if you are in Georgia, that number is 24/7 access, 1-800-715-4225. Again, the number for Georgia Crisis and Access Line, 24/7 access, 1-800-715-4255. All right? It says you should also reach out to a close friend or loved one, contact a minister, a spiritual leader, or someone in your faith community. And I highly recommend all of these. But here's something I want to say on that. Truthfully, a lot of the people that I'm hoping to reach are the ministers, are the spiritual leaders, are the people in the faith community. That's who I'm trying to reach. My prayer is that we take mental illness out of the category of it being a spirit, of it being demonic, and we begin to have these kind of conversations so that people that are more or less, you know, when I say in the closet, I don't mean like homosexual and all that kind of stuff. I'm talking about specifically what I'm talking about as it pertaining to mental illness and dealing with depression or anxiety or anything dealing under that mental illness umbrella, okay? So let's just keep the main thing, all right? So, and hopefully we can get people to come out of the closet whereas it pertains to dealing with mental illness, and we can start having a more honest and open dialogue. I asked the question today, why don't men, particularly black men, like to talk about depression? I didn't get an answer. You know, I didn't get an answer, and I'm still looking for an answer. I still want to know, what is it that keeps us as a people, you know, whether we're Christian, you know, whatever faith you are, what keeps us as a people, as African Americans, what keeps us from having the discussion, what keeps us from having the conversation? I mean, openly and honestly, like, I don't know what keeps us from having those services at our churches, you know, available. What keeps us from having services in our communities available, you know, to service those that are dealing with mental health issues, to service those that are dealing with that severe grief and those moments to where, like I said, they can't just bounce back after they go through something really difficult. Like, I don't know what it's going to take. We're seeing, you know, our numbers of suicide in our black communities rising and rising and rising. In fact, I was reading a story this morning when I awakened. I read a story about a mother, a young mother. I think they said she had like 3 children. She consciously drove her car to the bridge, left her children in the car, and she jumped to her death. You know, But in her post, she was talking about how God had given her children, and they were a gift, and all of this. So I would imagine she made it, I don't know if she was saved or not, but she had some degree of faith, and she had some degree and some sort of relationship with God to where she was acknowledging him, you know, before she took her own life. You see what I'm saying? And then people were saying, well, perhaps there was not enough support for her, and, you know, I would imagine maybe she had reached out to someone, they didn't take her seriously, they kind of brushed it off, or you're going to be all right, you know, we'll just pray or what have you. You know, I went a long time trying to talk to people in the, you know, spiritual community, if you will, with no resolution whatsoever. Kept getting put off. And, you know, I was like, you know what, I'm going to be in trouble if I don't get some help. So I sought professional help. I'm just going to be honest with you. I sought professional help because I wasn't getting the help that I needed from the Christian community, because first of all, you all don't like to talk about this kind of stuff. I didn't know that. I didn't know until I went through it that we don't like to talk about it, you know. And so some of the causes of, it says if you think a loved one is in danger of suicide or has made a suicide attempt, make sure someone stays with that person. Call 911 or your local emergency number immediately. Or if you think they can do so safely, or if you can do so safely, you take that person to the nearest hospital, because now we're seeing sometimes when people get to that breaking point, you know, you got to be careful that they don't want to take you and them. So you got to be careful about what you jump into. You got to, you know, you can probably get a feel for it, you know, but somebody in our field will better have an idea to gauge it. So if you're not sure, you know, don't go full on into a situation that you're not properly trained to handle, okay? And that's another thing. I would that a lot of our leaders would get some training on how to deal with people with mental illness, depression or anxiety, bipolar or schizophrenia, instead of just saying, oh, that's a demon. You don't know what people have gone through. You don't know what put a person in the position they're in, because half of y'all don't like to sit down and talk to people. Okay, I said it. Half of you that are leading churches, y'all don't like to even sit down and have a conversation with people, and that's why you don't know what's going on with half the people in your congregation until something happens. And then you at the funeral home, or, you know, you got to prepare to bury somebody, or you burying loved ones, and you didn't even know people were sick. You had no idea what goes on with people, because, you know, you don't like to sit down and talk to people. But at the end of the day, you know, people need people they can talk to. That's why a lot of times people run to the church. You know, years ago the church used to be everything. I understand we got mega churches and all of that now, to where, you know, we have to delegate that and relegate that. We have to, you know, give responsibilities out. But at the end of the day, we still got to be accountable, you know, for the people and to the people. All right? So some of the causes, it said it's not known exactly what causes depression. Again, we're still reading from the Mayo Clinic information. It says, as with many mental disorders, a variety of factors may be involved, such as biological differences. People with depression appear to have physical changes in their brains. I think I went over this with you one time. The significance of these changes is still uncertain, but eventually help will pinpoint the causes. Brain chemistry. Neurotransmitters are naturally occurring brain chemicals that likely play a role in depression. So again, we got to stop saying, oh, it's a spirit, oh, it's a demon, because it just could be a plethora of things, and we just don't know, because, again, I'll say it, and I'll stand behind what I say. You know, as a pastor, we don't like to sit down and talk to people. We have got to do better, okay? We've got to do better, all right? Recent research indicates that changes in the function and effect of those neurotransmitters and how they interact with neural circuits involved in maintaining mood stability may play a significant role in depression and its treatment. The next thing is hormones. Changes in the body's balance of hormones may be involved in causing or triggering depression. Hormone changes can result with pregnancy during weeks or months after delivery. That's called postpartum depression. You know, when after you have a baby, you're not able to bond with the baby because your hormonal balance is kind of out of whack, and you know, you love the kid, you love the baby, but you can't really bond with it, all right? And then you have thyroid problems, menopause, and a number of other conditions. And then you have inherited traits. Depression is more common in people whose blood relatives also have this condition. Researchers are trying to find genes that may be involved in causing depression. So again, we really want to get out of the habit of saying, oh, that's a spirit, oh, you know, that's a demon, this and the other. So, and then the risk factors. I think I went over that with you one time before. Complications are excessive weight, obesity, which can lead to heart disease and diabetes, pain or physical illness, alcohol or drug misuse, anxiety, panic disorder, or social phobia, family conflicts, relationship difficulties, or work or school problems, social isolation, suicidal feelings, suicidal attempts, or suicide itself, self-mutilation such as cutting. A lot of young people deal with that. I was in a service before, and they start calling, talking about spirit of suicide and cutting and things of that nature, and a lot of young people start bringing razors up and things of that nature. Then premature death from medical conditions. How do we prevent depression? Well, according to the Mayo Clinic, there's no way to actually prevent it. However, there are some managing strategies that you can take. Number one is to take steps to control the stress around you, to increase your resilience and boost your self-esteem. Number two, reach out to family and friends, especially in times of crisis, to help you weather those rough storms, you know, and those contrary weathers, you know. And like I said to you earlier, I think the reason why I took such a hit and it took such a toll on me because I had no one to physically, you know, reach out to, that I could say, you know, just pick up the phone and say, hey, I need you. Hey, can you come over for a second, just sit with me? Or, hey, can you come? I need to get out the house. The walls are closed. I had no one to do that, you know, here in Atlanta. Again, because I'm the only one of my immediate family that lives here. All my siblings and my mother live in Orlando, Florida. And you might say, well, why don't you just move back home? Well, that's not for me to do. You know, you can't just pick up and run home, you know, because things get a little hard, you know, that's because I don't want to, you know. So it was difficult for me, you know, and I still have my days, you know. Let me be honest. Just listen, let me be honest. I still have my difficult days. I still have days that, you know, I finally had to take my daughter's number out of my phone because something would happen, and, you know, because we were close. I had my daughter when I was 16 years old, so we literally grew up together, you know, and so something would happen, I'd be like, girl, so let me tell you what happened, you know, or something would happen with her. She'll be like, girl, let me tell you what happened, you know. Or she'll call, or she'll text when she at work. She'll be like, girl, I got some tea for you. And I'll be like, is it regular tea, hot tea, or smoking tea? She was like, this tea got smoke coming out of it. As soon as I get out of work, you know. So that's the kind of relationship we had. So a lot of times when something happened, you know, you know, it's just routine for me to want to call her and talk to her. So I kind of had to take her number out of my phone just as a precaution for me not to keep trying to call her. So I still have my moments. I still have my days, that I really, really struggle with not having her, and not really knowing what happened still not really having all the information. And so I think we call that closure. So I still don't have complete closure because I can't really say this is what happened. I don't know yet. I have some speculations, but I don't like to speculate. I talk about speculations without proper information. And so that's just something I won't do. Okay, I won't get into speculations without proper information. So it gets kind of hard for me because again, I don't have any, like I said, immediate family here that I can say, hey, can you come over for a minute? Today's not a good day. I need somebody to just come and sit. We don't have to do anything. We can go for a ride and come back. We ain't got to talk about nothing. I just need to feel somebody's physical presence here. So sometimes it's hard because I don't have that. All right. So it says get treatment at the earliest sign of a problem to help prevent depression from worsening. I do that. I told you guys I see my therapist once a month. I see her Wednesday coming up. Those appointments I don't miss. I change everything around, to make sure I don't miss my appointments. And listen, I said in the beginning, I see these posts where you can have Jesus and a therapist, and I so agree with that, I absolutely agree that you can do both, Let me make sure I got everything flipped up there. Oh, there it goes. And so get treatment at the earliest sign of a problem. And the last thing is consider getting long-term maintenance treatment to help prevent a relapse of the symptoms. And again, that's what I'm doing. You got to take care of yourself, and don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid to talk about it. Like I said, stuff people call a spirit ain't really a spirit, and stuff that you won't label a spirit. Now that's demonic. Some of this stuff, people got going on today is just completely out of this world, and so I wanted to, when I have these discussions, when I have these discussions, I want to be as transparent as I can. And again, I don't expect for anyone else to be as open and as transparent as I am being, I have to leave that totally up to when you're comfortable to talk about whatever you want to talk about, but this is my assignment, so that's why I'm comfortable being as open and as transparent about my journey and what I go through, because this is my assignment. I fought it for years and years and years. I struggled with it for years. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want people to know, about this. I don't want people to know about that. People are going to look at me differently. I've even had friends to be like, well, that's going to affect your dating life, da-da-da-da-da. I'm just like, child, whatever God has for me, it's for me. Just like certain stuff I'm not concerned about. Whatever happens, it's going to work for my good. And whatever the Lord does not allow to happen, is going to work for my good. It's just certain things I don't worry about anymore. You know what I'm saying? So when you have an assignment that's really, really difficult, such as this one, I want you to just be mindful that if God gives it to you, He covers you. He'll cover you if you just obey Him. Obey the Lord. All right? And know that somebody somewhere is listening to your story. I know someone somewhere is listening to my story. This is not the first show. you know, and I know for a fact my show is reaching and making impact. Well, how do I know? Because I get phone calls, I get inboxes, I get text messages, you know. And again, it's not for me to tell anyone's story but my own. And so that's the only story I will ever tell, is my own, and stories that are, you know, in the news or what have you, you know. Those are the stories that I will share, you know, stuff that's in the news or stuff that, you know, you don't know, you know, who they are, what have you. But, okay. So, if you have any questions, any comments, if there is someone that is still watching, if you'd like to come in and have some words to say on this particular subject, now is the time. You can go ahead and buzz in, and I will get you on the line, and you can join in live, and you can speak to the people that are on either line. We have two lines that are open. So if either, if someone from either line, let me say it like that, want to chime in and get on our live, just go ahead. I don't know how you do it. You got to do that, and then I'll be able to let you come on and have a say. And I know this is really scary. It's a scary topic to get into, particularly because you don't know what the outcome is going to be. You don't know how people are going to, you know, view you, you know, particularly if you're a leader. You know, leaders, we just want everybody to think we're so spiritual, and, you know, we just highly anointed, and we just sitting at the feet of Jesus every day, and nothing is ever, you know, wrong. Nothing touches us, nothing moves us, nothing hurts us. Listen, we're past the superficial state. You know, people need people they can connect with. You know, people that are both sympathetic and empathetic, people that they can talk to, you know, without you immediately going into your robo, you know, robo preacher mode. You know, sometimes people just need somebody they can talk to. All right. So don't forget, if you are in the Atlanta area, don't forget to, I don't know why people call while I'm on my live. Let's see if I can get you guys back. Surely you can see I'm on the live. Okay. I think I got you guys back. Okay. All right, so we're waiting for the other page to come back, and then we are going to be done. Okay, I think it's back. I'm not sure. Anyhow, I just want you to know that, you know, you're not alone. It's more people that's dealing with it than not. You know, like I said, just because people are not talking doesn't mean that it's not happening. You know. Let's see. was trying to get the other line back on because we have let's see. Okay, I think we're back now. All right. Okay, so you guys, please don't try to call me or FaceTime me while I'm on live, okay? Somehow or another that knocks me out, okay? And if you have my personal number and if you are following me on Facebook, you know I am on live, okay? So just wait a second and then we can talk, okay? All right, so a lot of times it's difficult to have these kind of conversations because although people won't talk about it, it doesn't mean that you're the only one that's dealing with it, okay? You guys come on back. I apologize for that. Someone called me and apparently it totally knocked me off the line. I don't know how to put my phone where I can't get any calls or anything when I'm on live. I put it where I can't get phone calls, but apparently I did not put it where I can't get video calls, okay? So, but if you're trying to come in on the live, don't video call me. Come in through the live on Facebook, okay? Because if you video call me, you're going to knock me completely out of my live, okay? So don't try to video call me, all right? Thank you. All right, so I was telling you guys that a lot of times, even when you go through a long-term illness, like people that have had cancer, you know, my daughter had cancer, but that's not what she died from, according to the doctors. I've been diagnosed with brain tumors, so people that have diabetes, people that have, you know, just different illnesses, you go through depression as well. You know, they may not want to tell you or talk about it, but I wish I can get somebody that have actually dealt with some of the stuff I'm talking about to actually, you know, come on and come on the live with us and let's have an open and honest conversation. But again, I understand it's a difficult conversation to be honest about, and it's a difficult thing to just start talking about, particularly on an open forum like this where people all across the world is capable of seeing it. But at some point we're going to have to get to where we are comfortable, you know, having the conversation about mental illness, about depression, about anxiety, you know, about how we cope with everyday life, about how we cope with ministry. I was talking to my therapist and she was telling me that ministers and preachers have one of the highest rates of depression and either thoughts of suicide and suicide. And if you search your records, if you pay attention to the news, you know this is absolutely true. Somebody's talking to me. Let's see who this is. Maybe we can get somebody else on the line. All right. Oh, God bless you. Thank you. Do you want to come on and talk a little bit? You want to share a little bit of your story with us? And I'm so glad it's a man that's talking, because again, studies show, remember I read you guys an article. I'm going to tell you the article I read. Let me see. Again, you guys know I do a lot of research. One of the reasons I do so much research because this is also, psychology is also my field of study. And you know what happened when my therapist diagnosed me with clinical depression, the first thing I thought You know, I'm not going to make a good psychologist. You know, and I asked her, I said, you know, I might as well stop. You know, I can't be a good therapist, you know. And she said to me, she says, no, you're going to make a wonderful therapist. So the article I was reading to you guys about dealing with preachers, African American preachers, is called Too Blessed to Be Stressed, a rural faith community's views of African American males and depression. And they were talking about the faith-based community in the African American community that has such a long history of delaying and declining traditional depression treatment. All right, so we're going to talk about that again the next time that we're on together. So, let's see, Gregory. Gregory, do you want to come on? Do you want to come on live and talk a little bit? Let me ask you some questions. I see you saying you have. I'm waiting for your answer. And I do apologize that those of you that's on the other line, you can't see what's going on this line. But hopefully you'll be able to hear. Hopefully you'll be able to hear if he decides to come on. Okay? And in the meantime, if someone is on the other line and you want to come on, there's a pastor on. If you, or they're a bishop or an apostle, prophet, whomever, you want to come on for a few minutes and talk about, you know, the difficulties that you've had over the years, you know. I don't want somebody who's just been doing it like a month and then you already talking about, oh, it's just difficult, child. Nah, you know, give me somebody that's been in the trenches for a while, you know, and have actually gone through something with someone or gone through, you know, like I said, a long-term illness, you know, cancer, or, you know, you've gone through depression, or you've had to deal with those who have gone through depression, you know, things like that. That's who I want to talk to. Not saying that other people's story is not important, but I really want to talk to someone who's willing to be honest. Let's see who this is. Okay, fine, that's fine. Okay, and so I really want to talk to someone who is willing to be open and honest about dealing with this kind of thing. Again, if you are a pastor, you want to just talk for a second about the difficulties you've encountered. Remember, we were reading not so long ago, we were constantly reading about how pastors were committing suicide, you know, and what would happen if, you know, we were more aware of what they were going through, or if it was okay for them to say, hey, this is how I feel, without the church demonizing them, without, you know, without them feeling like that was the only way out. Because listen, I get it, I've been there, you know, so I get it, but thank the Lord that, you know, I'm still here, you know what I'm saying? Not because I didn't try it, it just, the Lord was gracious to me, he was kind to me. Let's see who this is. Okay. For those of you that's on the other line, those of you that can't see the feed, gentleman Gregory is talking. Great subject for the people. I wish he would just go ahead and tell his story or a little piece of it, but we'll wait for him to be ready. All right. And so, because I know his journey, I know his story, and it takes strength to go through the things that he has gone through, I'll say that, and still maintain a level of faith in God. It takes strength to go through difficulties in life, period, and still be like, okay, God, I don't always understand it, but I trust you anyhow. I don't always understand it, and I certainly don't always like it because it don't feel good. I know you say it's going to work for my good, but hey, this right here, I can do without all of this because this don't feel good. I don't understand it. I don't know why it's here. I don't know when it showed up. I don't know how long it's going to last. Remember I told you something about trouble. Trouble don't wait for an invitation. It just shows up, and then trouble brings, little cousins, like misery, and all kinds of stuff, sickness. It just brings cousins with it. You don't know where they came from. You don't know how long they're going to stay. Sometimes you just know it's there, and you got to figure out a way to deal with it. You got to figure out a way to manage it, and that's what, that's the truth about dealing with depression. You have to figure out a way, to manage it. It, like I said, it's not, according to the Mayo Clinic, it's not just something you just get over or you're going to snap out of it one day. You have to figure out a way to manage it. I remember talking to my therapist, and she was telling me that even people that deal with, that have gone through really hard divorces, and people that have gone through domestic violence and things of that nature, she was telling me how they are prone to have all of the symptoms of PTSD just like someone in the military. And I was completely blown away by that. Just totally blown away. I had no idea that was so. But I learned that that was indeed so. So I want you guys to know that, again, you're not alone. You're not alone. It's probably more people than not. It's more people than not that's out here struggling and trying to maintain, and trying to find a way to manage, okay? And you don't have to feel any kind of way about yourself. You don't have to be like I was. I was embarrassed for a long time, because like I said, being a preacher, and being someone who have been in the faith-based community for over 30 years. Like I said, I started when I was 14, and I'm 51. I'll be 52 in August. So, and to hear that, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. I knew I was struggling with something. I just didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I knew I was having trouble starting to deal with things, but I didn't know why. And so to be diagnosed with clinical depression is not something you want to hear, especially when you feel like, you kind of person, you can manage it, you know what I'm saying, and you can handle whatever comes your way, and you're used to being that kind of person. But then life can get kind of tricky, and 1 minute, you're just standing there, and then the next minute that rug gets pulled from under you, and it's like, what just happened? Why? How? Like, what am I supposed to do now? And then you got all these questions, but those questions don't always come with answers. They don't always come with instructions, and then before long, you're literally in this place to where you're literally just trying to figure out how to make it from day to day to day. How do you get up and keep going from day to day to day? And that's where I found myself, dealing with being diagnosed with brain tumors, going through the surgeries. And, my daughter was dealing with cancer, and then she gets well, she's in remission, and then all of a sudden she just dies. And so I'm saying, well, okay, is cancer killing her? And they says, no, it's not the cancer. She's in remission. What is it? We don't know. We're just trying to get ahead of it. How can you get ahead of it if you don't know what it is? You know, and so it's just the uncertainty of life sometimes that will literally knock you off your feet. And I'm telling you, you can be as strong, I'm talking about, you can be as strong as an ox in your faith, like I am, you know. It didn't shake my faith, it shook my world. Everything happened like boom, 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 and it shook my world. You know, my faith was always intact. It just shook my world. And I'm telling you, it gets difficult. You know, you might say, well, what's she doing? I'm trying to get back in the comments with you guys. Like I said, someone called me and, okay, there it is. Okay, there it is. Someone called in when they tried to, what is it called? FaceTime me. They knocked me out of my, out of the comments live with you guys so I could see. Okay, there. Now I can see what you guys are saying to me. So, so I read to you tonight the symptoms. Now, if you have never received one of my books, okay, you ready now? Okay, so do you know how to buzz in? I don't know how to buzz you in. I know it's not, I know you're not supposed to call me, but it's a way you can actually come on the live with me. I don't know how to do it, but it should be something there that says request to be added or something like that. On your end, it should, and then it'll pop up on my screen to say that you want to be added, and then I just push something and add you in. So look on your thing and see if there's something like that. I am talking to Gregory. So if it's something on your end that says click here if you want to be added to the conversation, do that, and I'll buzz you in, okay? Oh, you tried? Let's see. Oh, you did click it? Okay, it didn't pop up. Oh, wait, let me see. Okay, you ready? I think I got it now. It says it's adding you. I think I did it right. It says it's adding you now. Hi. Hey, so everybody say hey to Gregory. Thank you, Mama Beverly. She said press the green circle by smiling face, then press send request. I did that. Thank you, Mama Beverly. All right, so now everybody can see you. All right, so everybody say good evening to Gregory. He is on live with us. So Gregory, as you know, I was talking about dealing with long-term illness and how sometimes when you're dealing with a long-term illness, it also affects, you know, your mental psyche. You know, it's easy to slip into depression when you're dealing with a long-term illness, and a lot of times it's hard to explain to people, well, I just don't feel like, you know, being around a lot of people. I just don't feel like coming out. I just don't feel like doing what I used to do, you know. And a lot of times people will say, thank you, Mama. And so a lot of times people don't, it's hard to explain that without, you know, people making you feel bad all the time. And so as you were, I know you went through dealing with cancer. And so do you want to talk about the kind of cancer you had to deal with?
Well, yeah, going back 10 years ago, actually, this past December was my 10th year anniversary in December.
Oh, thank God.
Cancer survivor. I was diagnosed at the very tender age of 46.
Mhm.
I was still in the peak of my career, and a father, as well, among other things. And so it was very.
Did you say your father had cancer as well?
No, I'm saying my mother passed of cancer at age 56.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So, it's already been, I was very familiar with it.
Uh-huh.
How it can bring stress to the families, caregivers, and as well as just to the individual that's dealing with it. But it was, at that time, I'm very healthy, other than blood pressure.
Okay.
And I bear pain for a while, and they did and they told me it was a cyst there, worry about, And so with that, it would be like 2000. So months later, I was very sick, and to the hospital, and going home and life changed for me. I was for 4.5 months.
Everything changed, didn't it? I said everything changed, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just everything. My mental state, my
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
My finances.
Yeah.
Life was not the same as I once knew it.
Yeah.
Okay? And so being admitted to hospital in December, never been hospitalized before in my life, and actually having a 4.5 month stay in the hospital was something I couldn't process.
Right.
So I was down. I'm a rather large man, not overweight, but I'm a big man, and I got down to, for me, my son, 80 pounds, was very skinny, but
Yeah.
when I looked at myself, I didn't like what I saw.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to live. At that point, I was laying on my bed, and I said, God, this is the way it ends. Then let's just do it like this.
Yep.
Forgive me, all my sins, everything I've done wrong. I can promise you I don't want to live like this.
Yep.
And that was really, and so I go down to the same scripture. I see 3 and 5, and everybody, they quote the scriptures. I have a Christian family. But when you're going through it, that's your faith is being tested.
Yeah.
As well as theirs. But your faith is the one that's being tested the most.
So during all of this time, you were a Christian during all of this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And I got angry at God.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, my God. I'm like, why did this happen to me?
Right.
I know I haven't been perfect. I know I haven't done everything right.
Right.
But what did I do to deserve this here?
Right.
Okay? I'm like, I got children to raise still.
Yes.
They need. And so I had everything going through my mind.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, the pain that I was feeling was so severe. And it was so aggravating that I didn't know. And when I would wake up each morning, I was surprised I was still alive.
Yep.
Because I didn't want to be.
Yep.
Because I did not want to do life like this.
Right.
It was the same as I known it. And it was hurtful.
Mhm.
Hurtful. And people's like, well, just keep praying every day. But at the same time, I'm trying to figure out, God, what are you trying to tell me?
Right.
What are you trying to show me?
Mhm.
And so it's been 10 years. It's been a lot of years. It's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of highs and lows.
Yes.
To
Right.
Illness, and you're not the same.
Right.
He's not the same. Your mental state is not. And people don't quite understand it. Because the first thing they tell you in church, be glad that you're still alive. Well, yeah, be glad you're still alive. And that's true. Because a lot of people don't make it. We understand that.
Right.
But at the same time, you're the person that's going through it. You're the one that's feeling it. You're the one that's hurt. You're the one that has chemical imbalance from medication and everything that you're dealing with. Sometimes that's not the right thing to say.
Right.
You know, it's not.
And I think people mean well. I think they mean well, Gregory, but I just don't think if you've never been through it, I don't think that people really understand what to say. You know, and again, I think they mean well, but like you said, you know, to say, well, you just need to pray or you just need to have faith in God. Well, this is not, you think I don't pray every day? Listen, I either pray for God to help me get up every day, or I either pray for Him to come get me every day. But make no mistake about it, I'm praying something. You know, so it's not a matter of me not praying. It's a matter of, God, are you even listening to me anymore? Because by the time you go through all of that and your psyche kind of get involved with it, honey, you don't even know if God is listening to you, you know. So, Mama Bev says, sometimes God chooses you to go through a rough journey so you can help others to walk through the process. And I firmly believe that, Mama Bev, you know, but one of the things when you're actually going through it, even though you believe that, you be like, listen, I get it, God, but you know, you could have picked somebody else for this here, you know, because I didn't ask you for this, you know. I could trust you without all this. You don't have to prove you God. I trust you. I believe you. I know you're Elohim. I know you can do all things without fail. You ain't got to pick me to prove it, you know. That's just the truth of the matter, you know. And so did you ever seek therapy or counseling when you were going through? Did you notice that you were getting depressed behind being sick for a long time?
Yeah, well, at first I tried group therapy at first. Okay, that was the first thing I did because I really, by this new to me, I didn't know what to do. I was confused. I was disappointed. Okay, and I was trying to find my way basically. I didn't know anyone that was at my age, so I really felt very different. You know, I felt alone. And so I figured that out, and man, that was this time I was still living in Indiana. So I did go to a couple of them, but all they were talking about was death, and I was trying to live.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I made my mind up that I was going to live.
Okay.
And I didn't hear about death.
Right.
So time went on. You know, as black men, we're taught to suck it up.
Right. Be strong.
Be strong, you know, and so you go on as a black man with that misconception that, you know, that you can't, your heart can't hurt, your spirit can't hurt.
Yeah.
And that if you see counseling or help, you're not trusting God.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
do you think that black men see that as a weakness?
It can be internalized from growing up as a little boy. That is a weakness. Just like they tell you growing up as a black young man, don't cry.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing to do. You know, don't cry. Men don't cry. But that's wrong. I learned that because when I diagnosed with cancer, and when the two doctors came in my room and told me what they found, I was so surprised and hurt at the same time. I literally, tears ran down my eyes. And at that time, I didn't care about my man.
Right.
You know, I'm a alpha male. I didn't care about that. I was And if anybody in the room that couldn't understand that, I didn't care. But that is what I had been taught until that moment. 46 years old, not to cry. Not to cry. Not to let it out. And I understood that, we come into this world crying. It's a way of purification. It's a way of letting God know that I'm hurting or I may be happy. It can be tears of joy. It can be tears of pain.
Yeah.
Even what God understands it. And I recognize that God, I got a lot of tears. My bed, I've cried so many tears over these last 10 years.
Yeah.
Benita, no one would ever know but God.
Yep.
Not my family, not my friends, not my children, no one. Because I would come in my room and lay down, and it would just take one thing to trigger.
Yeah. Just one. Just one.
Just one.
A thought.
And,
A thought can trigger it.
Yeah, I would pray, and guess what? After I prayed, got on my knees and cried, the thought was still there.
Yep.
It didn't magically go away.
Yep.
Like everybody says, it's going to go away. It did not go away. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's when I realized that sometimes you just got to
Yeah.
do stuff first.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying go talk to a therapist, speak to someone, continue to read the word, continue to still consult God, continue to try to be the best woman or man you can be, and that's all you can do. Because this time, at the end of the day, when your time comes, only one person gets in that casket, and that's you.
I know that's right.
But at this point now, I don't care. I tell my journey, I tell my testimony, my story. It is what it is.
Yep.
And if you can't understand it or accept it, or try to find a way to find compassion for me, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I used to be embarrassed.
Right.
I used to really be embarrassed. For 5 years straight, I didn't date. And I wouldn't tell anybody because I didn't want them to know.
Right.
I just didn't.
Right.
And I was embarrassed.
Right.
Embarrassed and hurt.
Right.
And I walk around and I was like, do you love me? Do you really love me? Because I can't see myself doing this to my child.
Right.
I can't see myself doing it.
Right. Not this.
And no, not that.
Yeah.
Not that. But so I continue still. I've learned that my faith is not based upon my weakness, because all I need is faith is a grain of a mustard seed. It doesn't do much. I always use this term sometimes. I'm on fumes. You know how you go on your gas, you just ride on fumes?
Yeah.
Sometimes you ain't even, you're just on faith fumes.
Yep.
Just on the vapors of faith. That's it.
Yep. I've been there.
I don't even know if I got mustard.
Right.
Just
fumes. Yes.
I'm on fumes, man, and that's it. So God, if the fumes, if you accept that, that's all I got to offer right
That's
now.
all I got.
Because I'm fuming and I'm hurt.
Yep.
And I realize hurting is real. It's real.
Yeah.
What you put tonight is a very, very great topic, and it's something that you should continue. You are amazing. I look at you so much. We don't get to talk like we used to.
Right.
But you are truly a beautiful miracle and essence of a godly woman. In spite of what you've gone through, you're still.
Yeah.
That for me to you, that lets me know God still is real.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you do know.
I love you all my heart, girl. When you know that.
And he's without respect of person, God doesn't. I tell people all the time. I remember my daughter, before she died, she was like, Mom, why can't you just wave your hand over me and give me one of those miracles that God gave you? Because I shared the story that she was with me in 2006 or 2007. She and on Sunday evening, she and I were going to the movies around 6 o'clock when I got the call that somehow or another cancer had metastasized to my brain. And they told me go home and get my affairs in order. So I was like, well, where did it come from? It was like, well, we don't know. Thank you, Mama Beverly. They was like, well, we don't know where it came from. We just know that the cancer has now spread to your brain. And so I was like, well, am I dying? So he was like, yeah. I'm like, well, how long do I have? He was like, well, I don't know. We're going to send you, for all these tests, and then we'll be able to tell you this and the third. So I spent like 2 days just testing. When I tell you, they tested everything from my hair all the way down to my toenails. And so they got ready to start my my chemo and everything. And because all the tests, when my oncologist here, he was reading everything. He says, yeah, we're going to have to get treatment like right now, if we're going to save you. So I was like, well, how long do I have? We don't know yet. We don't know. Your timeline is inconclusive. Well, what is conclusive? Well, what is conclusive is that we are sure that you are dying. We just don't have a conclusive amount of time to give you. So I'm freaking out. I'm screaming. I'm crying to the top of my lungs. I called my brother. I sent him a copy of all of my medical records. I sent it to my brother. I was like, please take care of my kids. I'm totally freaking out. First of all, it's a Sunday afternoon. He was like, are you sitting down? I said, no, we're walking into the movies. He says, I really need you to get somewhere and get quiet. I'm like, why are you calling me on a Sunday? I remember it like it happened yesterday, and I was like, you never forget that moment. Let me tell you something. I don't care what anybody tells you. You never forget that moment when they tell you this is what's going to kill you, And we went through all of that, went through all the tests, and finally got to the office after all the tests was done. And so they told me that the tests were, everything came back, and so they told me that whatever was there was gone. So I'm just like, so hold on a minute. All this time this was a mistake? You guys misread the reports. You guys misread the scans. You guys so now I'm just like, so all y'all had me scared for nothing. He says, no ma'am. Everything we saw, everything we told you was conclusive. It was there. He says, what I'm telling you is that whatever was there, it's no longer there. He said, I saw it for myself. He said, whatever was there, it's no longer there. Listen, guys. Listen, Gregory. This was 2006, 2007. We're like 2019. I want y'all to do that math in your head. So sometimes people will just kind of look at you and say, oh, this person think they're that. This person think they're that. Honey, sometimes people are just glad to be here. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes people are just thankful to still be here. In spite of what we have to go through while we're here, sometimes people are just still glad to be here. So, long story short, my daughter, when she got diagnosed with cancer, she wound up having the exact same oncologist. So one day I took her to the doctor, and the doctor passed by, and he saw me. He didn't say anything. But when my daughter got in the back, he told her, he said, who's the lady you with? She said, that's my mom. He said, that used to be one of my patients. And he told my daughter of the miracle God did. And he said, tell your mom, if she don't mind, I would like to hug her before she leaves. And so, so you just never know, but the mental turmoil. Like you said, when you hear that, when you hear it, the mental distress, that it puts you through. It's like going through you ever seen that movie, The Wiz, when Dorothy and Toto goes through that whirlwind and they get caught up in all that wind and they can't hold on to that's how you feel internally, like, am I gonna ever stop spinning? You know, when someone gives you a sentence like that, you just like, am I ever gonna get out of this, like, what do you call it, a wind tunnel, you know?
Yeah.
It's like you said, it's hard to explain, you know.
Well, you know, one of the things that for me, my oncologist told me that when I was in the hospital, he says, Greg, we wasn't treating you, we was treating you just to be comfortable. And I didn't know that.
Just enough to what?
They wasn't treating me to live. They was treating me to be comfortable.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Yes.
So they didn't expect you to come through the treatment.
No.
Wow.
Because the cancer that I'm diagnosed with generally affects African American men, and I will tell you that it is multiple myeloma. Okay, it is a blood cancer, and it usually starts in your back.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of times men thinking, you know, they're in the gym now, maybe some position in their back, and you just count it as a X-ray. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Tell me the name of it
So
again.
it's called multiple myeloma.
Multiple myeloma.
It's a blood cancer. Yes, it can affect all organs. It's a blood cancer.
Oh.
It falls under the leukemia and lymphoma umbrella of blood cancer.
Yeah. Okay. So my daughter had the leukemia, and my dad had lymphoma cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really, what multiple myeloma does, it actually it affects your bone marrow.
Oh.
So that is the very So that's the very it's in your bone marrow. That is the very reason why I have to be very careful that I don't slip and fall.
Oh. Okay.
A break for me detrimental. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So with that being said, Benita, I get very nervous in crowds.
Yes.
Because you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because people are pushing and shoving and trying to get to a certain place.
Yep.
And to look at me physically, you wouldn't be like, oh, he's a survivor, or he still will see a cancer doctor. They don't think that. No. So I understand that, and I got to be mindful of that for myself. You know?
Right.
So that's the reason why a lot of times I avoid big crowds.
Yeah.
Because I get afraid. And it has affected the quality of life.
It does. It does.
I enjoy doing things like the next person, but I always have to put a little bit more into it. You know, I got to know where I'm going, where my seating is at, what's in the crowd. I got to know. All the things that I didn't have to do before, I have to do now.
Right.
And that within is impressive. You know?
Yeah. And you're right, Greg.
Get up and go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We were.
When you can't just get up and go like you really want to.
Oh man.
My day starts out like this. I get up, I pray, and then I gotta go take my pills.
Right.
Okay? That's my reminder of something's wrong.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't have control of it. If I don't take it, it'll be a detriment to my stuff.
Right.
So but I'm like, okay, all right,
Keep talking. I'm right here.
So even though I don't want to go into that model, I have to still thank God that I'm able to function.
Uh huh.
And that's sometimes that's all I got.
So.
God being able to let me look at this pill bottle. In this
Yeah.
pill bag, should I say.
Tell me about it.
You get what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, I don't have a whole lot of things here
Yeah.
Because some days waking up is not all that great.
Right.
It just is what it is.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
I do.
But as the day goes on, I push myself. I begin to find more things, and I try. What they always try to do is be kind to every person
Yep.
that I come in contact with, because you never know what that person is going through.
Right.
And I realize that it doesn't cost us anything to smile,
Right.
speak to someone. You just never know what that.
You never know. You're right. You never know. I think it's very. When my brother was here, he was asking me about. Oh, we went to the mall. We went to the mall because he wanted to take the girls to the mall. So we went to the mall, and he was asking me, you know, so which way is this store and which way was that store? I was like, I don't know. I don't do the mall, you know. So he was like, well, how do you shop? I was like, online. And so he was like, why? I said, because the mall is it's not a controlled group. You know, I don't like to be an uncontrolled group, you know, for the same reason. You know, I'm always cognizant of one of the types of brain tumors I had. It took away all my peripheral. You know, it has come back, but not all the way. You know, but it was completely gone to, I couldn't drive for like 2 or 3 years because I couldn't see at all. I had absolutely no peripheral. So if somebody was standing like right here, I wouldn't even know you were standing there if I didn't hear you come up. You know, and it was so many times people would be like, I tried to speak to you and you just kept walking. Sweetie, I didn't see you. Unless you would come around like right here and be right here in front of me, I couldn't see you. That was hard to explain. So from that, I stopped wanting to be around crowds, because now, you know, particularly being raised in a military home, the first thing you learn in a military home, you got to be aware of your surroundings. And so with my sight being gone, I'm no longer in control of my surroundings. Why? Because I can't see. And so I stopped going to the mall, you know, just stuff that a lot of people find pleasurable. Like you said, it started, my quality of life changed, you know. And so my brother was saying, well, which way you go to this store? Well, where's the Starbucks? I don't know where Starbucks is in the mall, but there's a Starbucks right up the street from my house, you know. So he said, you don't go to the mall? I was like, no, I don't come in the mall, because the mall, it's not a controlled, you know, it's not a controlled atmosphere. There's nobody saying, all right, everybody stay on this side. Everybody, there's no control there, you know, and everybody's just everywhere. I don't like people walking up close on me. You know, I don't like people bumping into me. You know, just stuff like that. You know, June of last year, I was in a car accident. I was going to meet with my realtor. June of last year, we're sitting on 285. Traffic is bumper to bumper stopped. You can't go anywhere. And this lady just out of nowhere plows into the back of my car. And the first thing I thought, Lord, I'm always afraid, like you said. That was always one of my fears. Getting in a car accident, somebody bumping into me, or if I'm walking somewhere to fall and hit my head. You know, I was always afraid of something like that happening. And so when she ran into the... Always conscious.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Always conscious.
Always conscious of it.
That's what it is.
And that consciousness turns into fear. A lot of times that consciousness turns into fear. And so when I got in the car and when she hit me from behind, I didn't realize that my head had hit the back of the headrest so hard. So we pull off she ran. She hit and ran, okay? She hit and ran. So apparently when I got off the highway and we were talking to the police, so apparently I was going off of adrenaline and didn't realize the impact, the severity of the impact, until I think I was ending up talking, and I just felt like I just kind of dozed off for a minute. Well, next thing I know, I wake up, there's EMTs all around me. You know, they're asking me who's the president, what day it is. Next thing I know, I'm in the back of an ambulance. You know, next thing I know, and I'm trying to figure out, you know, I'm fine. You know, I was standing up talking, why y'all got me in this ambulance? You know, where we going? Why you making me go to the hospital? Like, what happened? So my kids started telling me that apparently once I got out the car and started walking around, apparently I fainted, you know, and I lost consciousness for a while. So by the time I got to the emergency room, first thing, they were concerned that I had lost oxygen to my brain. So when they found out, when I was able to tell them, I don't know if I told them or my kids told them, but when they found out I had a brain tumor, apparently they had already did all my scans and stuff. So by the time I came, I guess I was coming to. The head of neurology came in, and he sat at the foot of the bed, and he says, I need to talk to you about something very serious. And so I'm just like, oh, Lord, what happened? And he says, well, we were looking over your skin, and he took a deep breath. He says, we noticed that there is, I said, you saw that I have a brain tumor? And he was like, so you know there's a brain tumor there? I said, yeah, I'm aware of it. He says, okay. And he says, we need to keep you for a little while just to make sure everything is okay. He says, but as soon as you leave, we need you to contact your neurosurgeon. So from June until March of this year, I had been going through all these tests. So then in March of this year, they was telling me, well, it looks like we see some activity now. So I'm just like, but I was doing fine, you know. So when you hear those kind of things happen, you just be like, okay. So I'm finally getting to the point where I can kind of deal with it and I can kind of talk about it without breaking down, you know, and then this happens. So I remember when I first started seeing you on Facebook, you would always be in the gym. You'd always be in the gym, always be in the gym. You were always posting pictures of yourself in the gym. And then all of a sudden, your pictures of you being in the gym with the, you know, start getting less and less and less and less. So how did that make you feel, you know? And then I heard you say now that you're super, super conscious of where you go, because like if somebody bumped into you or if you fall or because of the type of cancer that you're treated for, how does that make you feel? Like, do you ever still get angry?
Oh, yeah, I do. It's, you know, like I said, it's something, once it's happened, those words are spoken to you, it never goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, life is not the same.
Right.
Now, I'm classifying Benita as being in remission,
Mm-hmm.
okay? But at the same time, the damage that cancer did before they got it under control is left an everlasting effect on my body.
Okay.
Okay? So I don't have the strength that I used to have. It left me with permanent paralysis in my feet.
Mm-hmm.
I have severe neuropathy, which also created a balance problem.
Yep.
So, you know, there are times where I'm walking and I'm okay.
Yep.
And there's times where I lose my balance.
Yep.
That's embarrassing to me.
Trust
You know
me.
what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And so, you know, even though I'm doing okay, it's what? The damage that was already done.
Right.
Okay? So when you see me in the gym, that's me going, trying to prove to myself that I'm normal. I'm not always still normal,
Right.
but I'm trying to do the best I can to maintain what's left.
Right.
And so I do that. If you see me not going,
Mhm.
that's when I do.
Yeah.
I ain't feeling good. You know, I'm tired. My body's weak. Um, my back could be like 10 because actually the tumor that I was diagnosed with is still in my lower back.
Really?
That was something that, oh yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
They didn't want to take it out because they said that in order to get to it, they would have to go in through my stomach
Mm.
and then through my back,
Oh.
which would have been too severe of a surgery.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
My body had been through so much
Right.
that they didn't think my body would be able to handle it.
Right.
So it's still there, and as a result of it being there, it still causes problems.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It's affecting nerves in my back.
Right.
I've had lots of radiation,
Right.
you know, and you know all those things they use to help you get better. Somewhere in the long term, it affects something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
So now you just kind of learn. As in the cancer world, they call it your new normal.
Yep. That's what we call it too. Your new normal.
And I'm like, what in the heck about this is normal?
Right.
Nothing about this is normal.
Look, in our world, everything. Yep.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't normal. It's
Right.
just an adjustment and acceptance that I have to make
Right.
because I could never call it normal.
Yeah.
Never call it normal. So,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, I still try to find a reason to give God thanks. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does depression, do I still deal with it? Yes, I do. I probably will till God calls my number.
Yep.
This is what I have to deal with.
Yeah.
This came along with that as
Yeah.
well.
It doesn't go away. We find a way to manage it.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of it anymore.
Good.
Because actually, what I've been through,
Mhm.
most people may not have been able to make it. So
Right.
I'm okay with it now.
Right.
You know, I think it shows more of my strength than ever.
Yeah.
You know, to be able to not only deal with a long-term illness that created a chemical imbalance
Yeah.
that caused depression, and I'm still going. You know, I'm still a good father,
Right.
still a great friend, still active in church, and I ain't stopped. So,
Right.
you know, that's to me. I look at that, and sometimes you gotta pause and just look at what are you doing, and you're still going.
Yeah.
That's strength within itself. Some people have not gone what you went through or what I've gone through, and they shut down. They shut down on much smaller things.
Yeah.
So you gotta pat yourself on the back,
Yeah.
look up. You know what? Say, hey, you know, in the big scheme of it, I'm still good.
Yeah.
And when I look at you, I promise you this here. I look what you went through with your daughter. My heart, I pray for you. I
Yeah.
didn't talk to you. I pray for you. And I love you
Right.
as just a woman that you are and what you represent.
Mhm.
And what I'm saying is keep doing that because even if you help one person,
Mhm. Mhm.
you know, that might be our mission in life. You get what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
And so what I did do, I became a certified counselor with the Leukemia Lymphoma Society.
Okay.
The First Connection program, and it helps people that are newly diagnosed to give them someone to talk to that
Yeah.
understands. Not someone saying, hey, they've been just the scripture and everything.
Right.
Sometimes they need somebody, you know, I talked to a man that's also an ex-police officer. He was 43. He was going to kill himself.
Yeah.
He was like, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it, G. I mean, why would God put this on me? You know, he was so angry and so mad.
Yeah.
But he was hurt.
Right.
And I told him, I said, everything you're feeling,
Mhm.
Don't let anyone tell you that the anger, hurt, and all those emotions you're feeling are wrong. And that's what a lot of times in the body of Christ we don't endorse that people feel that way.
Yeah.
You know, because they tell you, I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and first they tell you, don't question God.
Right.
Well, who do you ask?
Who do you ask about life and death matters, except for the Creator of life?
Okay?
Yep.
He's the creator of all things. So if I can't go to, okay, like my father, I can go to him and ask a question.
Right.
My natural father.
Right. Right.
So if he loves me more than my own natural father, then how come I can't go to him and ask a question?
Right. That's good.
But
That's good.
in the churches, they talk, don't question God.
Right.
So, yes, God is sovereign. He's sovereign. But at the same time, you know, if I'm hurting, and I'm going to say, God, I may not even get the answer.
Right.
I may not get it until on the other side. But I'm going to ask
Yeah.
because I'm entitled to, you know. So I've learned how to deal with people, not just from a biblical standpoint. You got to meet people where they at.
Yeah.
You got to meet them where they at. Some people ain't never opened their Bible, but they're dealing with whatever disease it is. You have to be able to listen and know when it's time to speak about faith and all those other things. You got to gradually introduce it into, you know, and meet people where they're at.
Mhm.
That's what Jesus did.
Mhm.
He didn't go in, you know, just freaking happy. He just like, well, if you didn't believe, you know, the centurion said, help my unbelief.
Right.
I know you can, but I don't know. I ain't really sure.
Right.
But he didn't ridicule him for that. We have learned to do that. We have taken Christianity. Man has made it sometimes very
Yeah.
for people to feel like either they'll say,
Right.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's not good. You know? Love a person where they're at.
Mhm.
You know, let God do what He's got to do through you in His own timing to help that person.
So do you ever feel like at one point I had gotten really angry with God. I wouldn't pray, you know.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't do anything. I had a friend who would call me every morning at 6:00, and he would say, "Did you pray this morning?" I would say, "No." Call me the next morning. "Did you pray?" "No." Every morning, 6:00, Monday through Friday. "Did you pray?" "No." Why? I didn't feel like it. You know what I asked? What am I supposed to say to God at this point? I didn't even know what to say to God. Like, I've asked you why, I didn't get no answer. You know I'm hurting. I keep crying myself to sleep. I wake up crying. I go to sleep crying. You know, and you still haven't answered me as to why this happened to me. So, like, at this point, what am I going to say to you? So, every morning at 6:00, like clockwork, my friend would call, "Did you pray?" And I would be like, "No." So one day he called and he says, "I tell you what," he says, "why don't you just praise God and I'll pray for you?" And I was like, "Okay, you know, do what you got to do, like say what you got to say." You know, he was like, "Will you at least say thank you, Lord? Will you at least say amen?" And so I was like, "Okay, thank you, Lord. All right, amen." You know, but in my heart, like, I wasn't feeling it. Yeah, I wasn't feeling it at all, because I'm just like, you mean tell me I've been serving you since I was a young girl, you know, and like this is how you repay me? This is how you do people that's faithful to you? This is how you do people that try to do right? You know, like this is what you do, you know. And a lot of times, so now when I encounter people that question God, you know, I share that part of my story because even though I've gone through all of that, I still have such a love for God now. And here's the thing, I still don't have the answers as to why. You know, I still never got the answer. I still can't tell you what actually happened to my daughter. I don't know, you know. But what I do know is I had to make a decision to see God as faithful, because if not, I would have stayed angry with him. You know, and it's just like you said, when they did my first surgery, they could only get 3/4 of the tumor out, because the way the tumor is located, like this is my eye socket here, and like these are your nerves coming, you know, from your peripheral nerves and all the other nerves, your main nerves and stuff. Well, the tumor sits right here against this area here. So what they were able to do, and this was a miracle within itself, when he went in through my nose. So when he went in, let's just say, when he went in, the tumor had lodged itself so much and connected itself so much so to all of these major nerves right here. When he went in, the biggest part of it, somehow or another, this is the way he explained it to me, the biggest part somehow or another rolled itself right to the beginning, right to the opening where they went into my brain, and it was sitting right there. And they were able to get 3/4 of it out. And so the 1/4 that they could not get, because they could not go in there and scrape, because it was too dangerous, because again it was sitting directly on all of those nerves that was connected right there. So the 1/4 that they had to leave in, I had that surgery December 16 in 2016. And so, and we just found out in March of this year that they're starting to see some activity from it. But he said it's not enough for us to be concerned, for us to be worried, but it's just enough movement or activity or growth for us to watch it, you know. And so he was saying, so like in about a year's time, they're thinking we're going to have to redo the surgery over again and then do radiation. Let me tell you why I cried so much. The surgery, not so bad. I'm totally out of it. The recovery, oh my God, the recovery was horrible. It was horrible. You know, everything I did, I had to be conscious not to hold my head down, you know, because when they go in through your brain, you know, they have all that packing in there, you know, that opening is still there. You have to wait for it to heal up, you know. So I'm bandaged from all the way across here. Everything I do, I'm conscious. I can't sneeze. I can't laugh too hard. You know, most nights I'm sleeping, sitting up. It was a lot. It was a lot to deal with. And so I just, you know, a lot of times it's not so much like the surgeries and stuff. Sometimes it's the after what you have to go through. It's the treatment, you know, it's the medication, you know what I'm saying? It's all of those things, you know, because you'll be taking the medicine for this, but then it'll affect that. You know, then you got to take medicine for this, but then it'll affect that. And before long, you got this cycle, this crazy cycle going on. And then by the time you finish taking all of that, now you're freaking depressed because your chemical, your body chemical is just thrown all off whack. You know, it's just like, okay, you're taking medicine for this. You know, I went through the same thing. We were in Home Depot one day, and this is how I know. This was before they found the, this was after my first stroke. And so my other daughter and I were in Home Depot one day, and so we were walking. I think we was getting paint or something we were doing, and I'm sitting there talking, and all of a sudden my left leg just goes out, and I'm just like, and so I'm falling, and good thing I was close enough to the counter to grab onto the counter, and one of the sales associates saw me, so she ran and grabbed like a bar stool that they have over in the paint section where they have the bar stools at in Home Depot. So she ran and got a bar stool and brought it over. You talking about embarrassed? I was super embarrassed. I'm just like, girl, you know, look at you. You can't be out here falling in public like this. Just like nobody tripped you. There's nothing on the floor. You standing there and all of a sudden you falling. You know, I was in yoga class, you know, and I just start falling in yoga class, and that's when I started saying, maybe I should go to the doctor. Maybe something's wrong, you know, and that's when we start finding out. That's how we start finding out that the tumor wasn't responding, that it was actually getting larger and larger. And by the time I had that second stroke, I was actually in the gym when I had the second stroke. That's when we found out it had not responded to any kind of treatment that I had been on, Gregory, for 2 years. Do you know how disturbing that is, to think you're getting better for 2 years, and then they come back and say, actually, it never responded. It actually doubled in size. It doubled in size. And so I think a lot of times when we are people of faith and we are in the Christian community, again, to have these kind of conversations, we're rarely going to see it, particularly in our culture, because like you said, what happens in the home stays in the home. You know, our business is our business. House business is house business. And particularly with men, you know, I'm super excited. I'm super glad that you decided to come on. I was sitting here praying, you know, I was like, okay, well, you know, because I know your story, and I know for a fact that there are other men on that have gone through different forms of cancer that are absolutely amen, Gwendolyn. Thank you so much. That is so, I don't know if you can see what they're saying to you, Gregory.
No, I can't.
Okay.
I don't see any comments or anything.
Okay. So, I read to you earlier what Mama Beverly was saying, and so Gwendolyn Hatton Dillon, she's saying, Gregory, may God continue to bless you richly. Your story is still being written. So that's from.
Oh yeah, that's my friend. That's
yeah.
my friend.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gwen.
Thank you so much. I did. Thank you, Gwendolyn. Thank you so much. And so a lot of times people just, it's hard to talk about, particularly, it's hard to talk about without, you know, getting emotional, and, you know, you start feeling all of those other things. You know how we talked about it only takes that one thing sometimes to trigger, you know, those trigger moments, you know, like my daughter got married on March the 3rd. Everybody was here. My family was here from Florida, friends. They, you know, people was here from everywhere. And then 27 days later, she was dead. And so it's hard for me to think about going to a wedding, you know, right now. You know, my niece is getting ready to get married in September, and I want to go to her wedding. Yeah, I want to go to her wedding so bad because I know she is going to be super beautiful. But I know I'm not ready to go to a wedding right now, you know, because that was like a major issue, a major point in our life where everybody's together celebrating her wedding, and then 27 days later we coming together for a funeral, you know. And so I just, you know, and I had to call my niece, and I said, I don't want you to be angry with me, but I know in my heart I'm not ready. You know, I'm not ready to be around, you know, all the festivities, and then you don't want to be a Debbie Downer in somebody else's, you know, situation. So sometimes you have to bow out gracefully and explain to people, this is where I am, and I'm just not ready. And like you said, we have to find our new normal. And then you think, well, what's normal about that? Well, whatever normal is, it's your new normal, and you have to find a way to manage that.
Understanding your triggers.
Yeah.
You got to know what the triggers are.
Yeah.
Because you can't let anyone push you past your triggers. You know, sometimes people will be like, "Oh, you got to get over that," and the only way to get over it is to do it. And yeah, that is true in some cases. You know, people have a fear of heights or swimming. You know, jump in the water. But this is a whole different type of thing here. You know, and so I've learned my trigger points.
Yeah.
I've learned what they are, and I've identified them.
Right.
Okay, I know it makes me feel anxiety.
Yep.
I know when I feel uncertain about myself.
Yep.
You know, I know what it is. I mean, I can go to church, and the crowd's too big, I can feel a certain way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but I know why I'm there. The ultimate reason why I'm there is to get the word and show reverence to God. You know, so I go. But, you know, through the big scheme you were talking about earlier that you didn't want to pray, and I still struggle with that sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to even lie.
Yeah.
My children may call me, and they say, Daddy, I'm going through this when you pray. And I'm like, first I start thinking in my mind, who's praying for me?
Right.
Because,
Right.
you know, I'm still giving out of myself what I really don't feel like I have to give.
Right.
You know, and I remember telling my dad, I said, you know what, Dad, I ain't praying for nobody else. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
You know, I need prayer myself.
Right.
Okay? Somebody pray for me. Call me and pray for me.
Right.
And then let me, if I feel like join in.
Right.
But he told me, he says, you can do that. That's your choice. But at the end of the day, you can't run from God's calling. So, you know, we can do that, and God understands why we feel that way. But at the end of the day, you ain't going to stay there long. You're going to find yourself picking the phone up, praying for somebody, and you're going to still be thinking, what about me, God? What about me? Who do I call when I have that struggle? Who can I turn to? You know, do I always got to turn my face to the wall?
Right.
You know, like Hezekiah?
Right.
Do I always got to do that?
Right.
You know, is there that one person that I can call that won't ask me for anything, but is just willing to listen?
But most of the time your answer is no. It's unfortunate, but with me, my answer is no, you know, and it's just unfortunate, but it is what it is, you know, especially like I'm a pastor, so a lot of times people don't think to just pick up the phone and say, hey, you need anything? You all right? You know, people, it's unfortunate, but a lot of times we just don't think like that towards one another. It's unfortunate, and I would be the one to text or call and say, hey, you good? You need anything? You know, but it's not often, you know, you get that in return, and that is a trigger.
Oh, no, I can tell you probably 97% of the time you ain't going to get it in return.
Yeah.
But what we have to do, Benita, is find that one person that you can talk to like that. It may not be 3 or 4 people. I've come to that conclusion.
Right.
That people tend to want to feel good themselves.
Right.
And they would do it at any expense. You can have a headache and don't feel like praying, and they may call you and be like, Benita, will you pray for me? Pastor Benita, pray for me? And not even ask you how you feel.
Right.
How did it happen?
Right.
They don't even say, how are you feeling?
Right. Right.
As if you don't even have they don't even remember you ever had a problem.
Right.
And that's disturbing. That's disturbing to me.
Right.
You know, and that would make me angry, make me mad, and I'm like, you know, why are people so insensitive this day and time? You know, and they continue to be that way. And nothing never changes. So I figure if you got one person that you can call and talk to, and they don't do nothing but listen, let you just say what you're feeling, no judgment zone, you know, then you're ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to find 3 or 4 people that have the capacity to do that. Because they ain't been through what we've been through.
True.
If you called me and said, hey, Greg, this is what I'm feeling, I'm going to know exactly where you're at because I've been there. I can identify with it.
Right.
But most people are not going to be able to identify with it.
Right.
You know, and that's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah.
Because it's not like any other disease. You know, you're always kind of afraid when you got to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
I go see my doctor. I have to have my blood drawn twice a year.
Right.
And I started to go see my oncologist. I never changed my doctor in Indiana because I didn't want anybody just messing with me.
Right.
So I stayed with the same oncologist. But when that time comes for my blood work and everything, I start feeling anxiety.
Yep.
I mean, it's like overwhelming.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like almost like I'm shut down. I don't want to go out the house. All I can think about is my blood work.
Yep.
By the time that they draw my blood, by the time it reaches his office and I get that call or I get there, I'm on pins and needles.
Yep.
You know, full entire time. And then when he looks at it and tells me, okay, it's okay, I still don't believe it's okay.
Right.
I done got myself.
Right.
I done got myself worked up for over 3 weeks.
For the worst.
Prior to my appointment.
Yeah.
So now I gotta come down. You get what I mean?
Yep.
So it's a situation that, you know, it just never goes away. The fear of it always coming back is always there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's learning to function and to live with fear, learning to live with anxiety, the depression that comes with it, and then all in the same breath, still maintaining
Yeah.
a level of faith.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to learn how to manage it, you know.
Think that, before this, I never had to think like this. I never had all these mixed emotions because I always like, oh man, you're a man, you ain't supposed to have all these feelings.
Right.
You know, be your feelings all the time, man. You know, act like a female.
Yeah, you acting like a girl.
Yeah, you act like a girl, man.
Right.
You know, as a man, you can't talk to everybody about it. You
Right.
know? And so, you gotta just, you know, I've learned to process it, you know, find someone I can halfway talk to, and then I just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Keep it moving, you know. And I'm thankful for where I'm at. In all actuality, probably in better health
Yeah.
or at a whole overall physical state,
Right.
but it does some damage, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I lost weight, probably close to 100 pounds.
Right.
You know, and I've gained a little bit back, but not as much. But, you know, I look better, I feel better from that perspective.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm more mindful now, knowing that cancer things, obesity. I had to do a lot of research and homework for myself.
Right.
You know, to try to help myself in the natural as much as I can. And at the end of the day, then the rest of it's up to God. You know?
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely.
You know, so I noticed that you're into healthier eating, and it shows. So, you know, you're good. I mean, you're not good like you want to be, but I can guarantee you that you are an inspiration. You are God's miracle. And the fact that you still smile
Yeah.
and keep pressing,
Yeah.
you know, that to me that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing within itself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And we won't get into dating and all that because that's another challenge too. You know, we'll talk about that in another
No, I don't know.
Let's talk about that another time.
No, I don't know. I
But
said,
that is an issue, though.
it is. It really is, because you're afraid to let people get close enough to you to where, you know, if like me, I'm afraid, like, if I let a gentleman get too close to me, then what I might consider my weakness is he might see it. Then I got to explain, you know, my journey, or I have to explain, you know, well, I don't feel like being bothered with you today. You know, I have to explain, you know, I know we just got off the phone, but I won't talk to you right now. You know, I have to explain that, because that's the way you are sometimes. You know, I call them these highs and lows. You just go through them, and you have to have somebody really, really strong that has a really, really good sense of being able to understand. You know, and a lot of times people, if they've never been through anything, or have never been around anybody that's been through anything of a serious magnitude, then it's hard to explain to them. You know, I've had, you know, I've been called arrogant. You know, I'm just like, how am I arrogant? You know, like, I'm just like, no, you don't understand, you know. And it's crazy, because when you do want to actually start dating, or want to kind of put yourself out there a little bit, you know, somebody will say something to you. Again, we use that word trigger. That's a trigger, you know, and then it'll make you kind of pull back from everybody. You know, now you don't want to deal with nobody, you know, because one person will say the wrong thing, and that'll trigger all of those emotions, and then you'll be like, see, this is why I don't fool with nobody in the first place, you know. And it could be something really minute, you know, and it may not be as serious like with somebody else, but in your world, oh, honey, that's a boulder. You know, that's a mountain.
Yeah, what I learned is those triggers.
Yeah.
That a lot of is that we're afraid to feel vulnerable, and we're really, really, truly afraid to get hurt and feeling of rejection.
Yeah.
Because that root of rejection is taking place, because you know you're not the same, and you're wondering, if I fall in love with someone, I really like that person, you know, are they going to bail out on me? So you get back into your own corner.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And you don't want to take that risk.
Right.
And it's not that everybody, what I had to learn, it's not that everybody is thinking that about you. You're thinking it more about yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you've been living with it, I've been living with it, and it's hard to teach someone else how you feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they're not sick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you know, I'm always very upfront.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is what I deal with. This is what I've been through. This is what I still go through. I don't hide it anymore. And what made me think about that was when I was still in Indiana, there was a lady that was over the breast cancer chapter, and I was in a library trying to get information on the cancer I was diagnosed with. And she did group therapy. And she says, Greg, I got a question I'd like to ask you. I said, sure, I'll answer if I can. She says, I got women in my group, you know, some of them are, you know, breast cancer survivors, some had one breast removed, you know, mastectomy, some had a double mastectomy. And they were wondering, when do I tell this man that this is my situation?
Wow.
They were afraid. And I told her, I said, I'd rather see him leave up front than see him leave on the back end.
Wow.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So I said, my best suggestion to them would be to say, hey, this is what it is. This is what happened. I'm not contagious. I don't
Right.
have anything I can pass on to you.
Right.
But, you know, this is hard for me to tell you this, but because I like you, I feel like
Right.
I won't be mad at you. You
Right.
gotta come to that, being okay with that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, hey, if I don't want to deal with it,
No, the next person don't want to. Yeah.
they're not going to want to deal with it, or should we say, the possibility of it coming back.
Right.
Because we don't know.
Right.
And our fear is, as long as we're okay, we can go to a movie, we go to a concert, everybody's okay.
Mhm.
But what if it hits you and you got to go in the hospital?
Mm.
And if that person is not there, then that's when it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
And we're afraid to take that risk.
Yeah. If they're not there for the long haul, if they got that bailout spirit, you know, as soon as something happens, so that fear.
You know, if your brain, yeah, you know me, Benita, I do me, you know.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm praying always, you know, God, this is not the way I want my life to end.
Right.
I believe in love, I believe in relationship, I believe in marriage.
Right.
You created me this way.
Right.
This is the way you made me.
Right.
Okay? So there has to be one woman out there for me in the place that I'm in.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I have to continue to believe that, because it's very easy for me to not believe that, you know, but God's promises are still across the board.
Mhm.
So just because I was diagnosed with cancer and I got limitations, yeah, is that going to be for every woman? No.
Mhm.
But God he still understands my needs.
Mhm.
And I have to continue to lean on him for that.
Mhm.
As everything else.
Right.
You know? And I still let him know I love him in spite of what I've been through.
Mhm.
I don't understand, God, for everything you're doing or why. But at the end of the day, I still love you.
Mhm.
I'm hurt, but I still love you.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I still find a way to give God what belongs to him.
Mhm.
You know? And I know at some point he's got to come through. He's got to come through. He's
Mhm.
already have come through.
Right.
You're sitting there right now. He's came through for you. Because
Right.
a lot of people, and what you have dealt with, wouldn't be sitting there looking as beautiful, still talking, coherent, and willing to encourage someone else. So he's done it for you too.
Yeah, because like the people that I know personally that had the same type of brain tumor that I have, the two that I knew like personally, they have died. And so when I think about that, I just and you know what another crazy thing was? When I had my first surgery, my daughter and one of my best girlfriends, I put them down as my you know, in case the surgery went wrong, because they had told us it was kind of tricky. They told us it was tricky because if you know you go this way too much, this is what's going to happen to her. If we go this way too much, we could leave her with permanent brain damage. You know, so it was kind of tricky for him to go in there. And so my daughter and one of my best girlfriends, I gave them power of attorney over me. And I tell you what happened. Within 6 months of each other, they both died. Within 6 months of each other, they both died. And so I was left thinking like, so in my mind, I'm still trying to think like, okay, so if something happened to me, who's going to take care of me? Because the two people that I knew that would come take care of me are not, my girlfriend died first, and like in February, they were saying she had cancer, and like by June or so, she was dead. I was just like, huh? You know, so then 6 months later, my daughter died, and I'm just like, so, and again I said, like, because those are the two people that I gave power of attorney over me when I had to have brain surgery. And so sometimes, I'm going to be honest, like, even sometimes now I think, so if something happens to me and I'm here in Atlanta and all my immediate family is in Orlando, sometimes I still, because my kids are always gone at work and stuff, so I'm conscious, I guess is your word you use. I'm conscious, like, what if something happens to me during the day? Like, if I feel like sometimes I'll get this, like this tension in my head. If I feel like something pinching in my head, I immediately start praying. I immediately start saying, the blood of Jesus, the blood. It's those triggers we were talking about, remember? We were talking about those triggers. It's one of those things, like immediately it sends you almost into this frenzy or this panic mode a little bit, particularly if you're by yourself, or I'll have days where I call them my good eye days and my days where my eyes just, they don't focus as well, and so when I finally, because I was supposed to, they told me to turn my driver's license in when I was first, when they first told me I was legally blind, but I never turned my license in. I just stopped driving, so I had turned my tag in. I didn't have a vehicle for 2 or 3 years, and so I finally bought my vehicle last year. So even now, I have a nice new vehicle sitting outside, but there are days I don't trust my eyes to drive it, so you have those days like that, but then when my eyes are good, child, I might be gone all day, so you just have those, you have to judge it like day by day, and you're right, it's extremely hard to explain to people. Like, one of the things I'm really thankful for, I remember, because I told you the recovery was really difficult. I couldn't get up. I couldn't fix my own food. And I remember one of my godsons, he would call or text and check on me. He was like, Mama, did you eat? I was like, no. He was like, is anybody home with you today? I'm like, no, everybody's going to work. And he was like, well, what do you like to eat? I was like, I don't know, And so he would go down, well, do you like this? I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And this is when I first learned about Uber Eats. It was in 2016 when I had my surgery. I had just learned about Uber Eats. I didn't know you could order food and they would bring it to your house, so he had called and so he had called and ordered me some food, and he was so gracious about it. He was like, so he said, well, this is the guy's name, this is where I ordered your food from, this is what he's going to have on. He was like, don't go to the door, don't get out of bed until I tell you he's at the door, because I have one of those beds that's high up, so yeah, I have to have a step to get up on my bed. So I had to be very careful getting up and down, up and down. So he was like, don't get out the bed until I tell you he's at the door, and this is his name, and this is what he'll have on. And I don't know if he even knows how much that meant to me. Even to this day, I don't know if he knows how much that meant to me, that he did that for me, and he will always, just, and not just because of that, but because I love him so much, he will always be my godson. He can be 50, he will always be my godson, and for him to take out his time and his schedule and do that for me, like I said, when you are incapacitated and you can't do anything for yourself. I don't care how bad I wanted to get up. I don't care how bad I like cooking my own food. I don't care how bad I wanted to drive myself, I couldn't do it, you know. And a lot of times trying to explain, well, it's not that I don't want to, I can't. And that's the hard part. That's the part that you're wondering, are you going to be the one that can that understand? It's not that I don't want to, but right now I can't, you know. And so it's hard. That's the hard part in my mind. That's the hard part.
Well, you know, I went through that too. When you know, like I said, when I was diagnosed in 2008, I had no they put restriction on me as far as driving because I was under so much medication.
Oh yeah.
And 3 years, just like you.
Yeah.
Now you know I'm a man. You know,
Right.
Man, I love to get in, do my thing, listen to my music, and get in and go. I don't want to be like somebody that do me like driving Miss Daisy, kind of pick me up, right?
Right.
But you know, that was a part of me that I had to accept because, like I said to you, I don't believe in that new normal.
Right.
I really don't. I wish they would find another word for that because it's
What
not
would you call
normal
it?
for me. What would I call it?
Yeah. Other than the new normal, what would you call it?
I'm going to figure that out. You know, I'm going to submit that to the Cancer Society because I don't think it's normal. Because you can say this is, you know, you got to be, this is your new normal, but if that's not normal to you, how do you look at it as being normal? If
Well,
you're looking at...
Hence the word new normal, you know. That's why it's called, but it's your new normal.
But if you look at it, if I'm a type like me, I used to like to go play basketball.
Right.
Okay, with my sons, I would go running, I stayed in the gym, I did different things. So for me not to be able to do that was not a new normal. It was more of a thing that I had to accept.
Right.
It wasn't normal for me because the normal for me was to do what I was doing.
Right.
Not being able to do what I used to do is unfamiliar territory, and it's not normal. It wasn't normal for me to be able to bathe couldn't bathe myself.
Yep.
That wasn't normal.
Yeah.
But there was something I had to accept.
Right.
And so I think it's maybe more or less, you know, maybe your new acceptance or learning to accept the journey, changes of the illness.
Yeah.
But I don't look at it as a new normal.
So you don't like that term, new normal?
No, because like you, when you go to a mall, think about it. When you go to a mall and your brother asking you, hey, where's the Starbucks and where's this? That's normal for him.
Right.
And he remembers also that was normal for you.
But you know, I've never liked the malls.
But what I'm saying is, he's thinking in itself that still that's normal.
Right.
Okay? But you said, I know where the Starbucks by my house is. Why? Because you're safe with that.
Right.
It's not going in with a lot of people. You can pull your car up there. Me, I got a handicap plate. I can pull up in the front, get out, go in.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's safe for me.
Right.
It's a safe place.
Right.
I don't get all that anxiety.
Right.
But in all actuality, I know why I'm doing it.
Right.
You know? And so it's my coping. I'm learning to cope. But it's not my normal.
That's a good way to say it.
Yeah, I'm coping. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm coping with what the situation has left me with. So I'm learning how to cope still daily. It never changes.
Right.
Because your situation can change. And if you're not dealing with the physicalities of it, how it feels, you're dealing with the emotional part of it.
Yeah. And which do you say you deal with the most, the mental side or the physical side now, current day speaking?
One day I can be both.
Yeah.
It can be both. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can wake up in the morning and physically feel okay, but just knowing that something's in my body that I have
Mhm.
That's mental.
Mhm.
And so I'm going to say that never goes away.
Right.
For me, it doesn't.
Right.
It never
Right.
goes
Right.
away.
Right.
I can smile with you. I can sit down and eat with you.
Mhm.
But you know what? In the back of my mind, it's still there.
Right.
So I've learned to, for the sake of other people, I've learned to smile. I smile more because at least that helps me to be able to deal with other people.
Mhm.
And I don't want people to always feel sorry for me.
Right.
You know, I do want to be sympathized with and feel compassion. I want people to recognize that, you know, hey, today Greg may not be feeling that.
Right.
And it's okay. And be okay with me as your friend not feeling that. Don't beat me down. Or don't just be like, oh, okay, well, Greg is not feeling good. Let's drop him off.
Right. Right.
And you guys keep going.
Right.
You know, I understand that, but that still hurts because, you know, I want to participate, but I may not be able to.
Right.
So I have to cope with that feeling. So what does that bring? A bout of anxiety and depression.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm different. You forever feel different.
Yeah.
That's what you feel.
So let me ask you this. At what point did you realize that you were actually depressed? Like, as a black man, what point did you realize all this was taking a toll on you?
When I could not shake that gloomy feeling.
Okay.
Okay, when I continued to pray, you know, did what I was taught to do, pray, continue to quote this scripture, have this on your walk, wake up each day, your confession, let it be what it's, you know, that it is, that I'm whole, I'm healthy. But when I realized that I still was feeling gloomy, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. That heavy.
I don't care. I can read 4 or 5 scriptures.
Right.
And it still didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Matter of fact, sometimes the depression or the anxiety of it would feel so bad that I couldn't even hardly focus on what I was reading.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because it wasn't, you know, I'm like, am I reading a book
Right.
or am I just reading the Bible?
Right.
Because it sometimes it just feel like I'm reading a story.
Yeah.
Because things changing for me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like you can see the words, but the words don't have any meaning to them.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's that puts you in a guilt place right there.
Yeah.
Because now you're feeling like, God, you know, I'm supposed to believe your word, but I ain't feeling that. So how do you look at me now?
Mm.
You know, how do you really look at me? And so it can push you so far away from God to where you don't want to go to church. You don't want nobody talking to you about faith. You don't want to hear any of it. You get what I'm saying? And
Oh, yeah.
I'm being honest with you.
Oh, I know.
I mean, there are times like, man, I don't want to say the wrong thing, so don't talk to me about it right now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
I've been there. Trust me.
I don't want to hear about, well, God can do anything.
Right.
I don't want to hear all that.
Wow. You know why I'm laughing? I'm laughing because when I say it, I hear how I sound. But finally, to hear somebody else say it, it's like, oh, it's like a relief, you know? It's like, okay, so I'm not going to go to hell for saying that or feeling that way because, like, somebody else is really saying, I mean, I say it all the time because, you know, it's not too much that I won't say because I'm free, you know, but to actually hear someone else say, man, I want to hear all that, you know,
Yeah.
I just want to hear that.
You know, that's the reason I was telling you that I talk to all kinds of people.
Right.
And everybody I talk to are not Christian-based people.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I share it as time goes on.
Mhm.
Because you can be in a place, it doesn't mean you don't believe in God, but you may be in that angry phase.
Right.
And you will go in and out of that. It's like, life is like a roller coaster.
Yep.
Okay?
Mhm.
And there's certain things that we can feel that make us feel even more doomed.
Right.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
guilt, you know,
Right.
So now you're processing that, and it makes you more depressed.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we just have to learn the fact that we're human. Trauma to the body you can see. If somebody hit you, you fall, you can get a bruise on your leg. Okay? And it's going to manifest itself. You can't see trauma to the brain. People don't know when you're hurting. They don't know if you're smiling. If you're really contemplating taking your life, they don't know. Because
Right.
they can't see what's in your head.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You can see a broken arm, broken toe. You can see someone limping. That's a manifestation of the body. You
Mhm.
can't see what's going on in the brain.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And so I've learned to just, I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, I care, but I do care. And what I'm saying is that my strength, I'm not Superman. I tell everybody now, I done took the S off my chest. Because I ain't
Right.
Superman.
Right.
I'm not.
Right.
I used to try to be there for everyone, but now, you know what? If I got my day, Benita,
Yeah.
and that S ain't on my chest, it just ain't on my chest.
Just not there.
And I don't feel bad about it no more.
Right. Right.
I don't feel bad about it no more. I just be like, you know what? Today, that probably can help.
Right.
Make sure you got another resource other than myself.
Right.
Because
Right.
today, not today.
Right.
And I'm okay with that. You know, I used to feel really bad if somebody would call me, ask me to pray for them, or whatever. I used to feel bad.
Mhm.
But I don't anymore.
Yeah.
Because I'm human. I learned to accept this is the human side of me. This is what I was left with.
Right. Right.
You know?
Yeah. After the battle. Yeah. This is after the battle. But the thing about it, we're still standing. This is after the battle, but we're still standing. And so.
And that's what I'm saying to you, that, when I see you post different things, and it's an inspiration to me.
Mhm.
Because I'm saying this woman has been through everything.
Mhm.
You've been through everything, a loss of a child,
Mhm.
what you've gone through, and you're still standing. You're
Mhm.
still looking beautiful. You're still fly. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so, people be like, oh, you in the gym, you always trying to fly. I said, no, it's not that. It's a reminder of me that I'm okay.
Right.
And so I stopped, for even that reason, I stopped posting so many pictures.
Mhm.
Because people misunderstood it.
Mhm.
It wasn't that I was trying to be seen or be arrogant or anything. It was just me helping myself. It was my
Right.
self-therapy.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. Exactly.
I'm still in the gym trying, and they couldn't understand that.
Yep.
And so I just, if you notice, I don't post as much as I used to.
Right.
It's something inspirational, just backed off because I just get tired of people, misunderstanding what it is, unless you walk.
I used to feel that way. Then I started posting more. Because I started posting more, because they got options. Hit, delete, unfollow, unfriend, block. Those are your options. You can exercise any of those options at any time. But as for me, I'm going to share my story, and I'm going to post my pictures, if for nothing else. This is my journey, and this is my breadcrumbs along my journey. Particularly, how they come up in a year's time and they have those reminders. Oh man, sometimes I get so emotional. Because I look back where I've come from. I look back, where the Lord has brought me from. I look back to what He's done, And like I said, it was a time where, when you realize, wait a minute, this time a year ago, this time 2 years ago, this time 3 years ago, I was completely incapacitated, I couldn't do anything for myself, so if I'm posting a video, if I'm posting pictures, hey, all I'm saying is, look what the Lord has done, hey, look where He's brought me from, He's brought me out of darkness into the marvelous light, so, and if it bothers you, then exercise your best option. unfriend, delete, block. All of those are options. Exercise whichever one is best for you.
But you know what, Benita, and I agree with you 100%, but it's so sad that people will look at you, and I think this is more classic, and if I'm wrong, tell me, but it's more classic to women. And look at her, she thinks she's cute. She done got, lost some weight, and now she's putting on all this fly stuff. She thinks she all that. You get what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate that people think like that to the point that their mind won't even go there. Instead of them looking at it rejoicing with you, look how far she's come. She can wear a different color, a different style, and she's happy about that. That makes you feel good. But why should you feeling good make someone else feel bad? It's crazy.
It is.
I don't get that. And so that was one of the reasons why I just kind of scaled back, because people just don't know how to accept the fact that maybe you're posting that picture just to keep yourself going.
Yeah.
Just to keep yourself going. It ain't now, you got on the latest stuff. Yeah, you might like a little this and that, feel good. But if you look at yourself, you're like, wow, I don't look too bad.
Right.
Now, based upon what I went through, I got something to still be okay and happy about.
Right.
So
Be thankful.
I need for people to rejoice with me,
Right.
not fight against me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I've seen that a lot, that people feel they want to embrace your journey like you would want them to. A lot of people, just outright jealous. They don't care.
Yeah.
They rather see you calling them, hey girl, hey homeboy, I'm sick, man. They told me that this doesn't come up again. They rather hear that.
Yeah.
And you say, hey, let's talk about meal preparation. Let's talk about,
Right.
hey, let's go and have a girls' night out.
Right.
I just want to get out. I can't do everything. But, you want to be able to have people in your life that can be that way to you 24/7.
Yeah.
Not just sometimes, but be real.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't put a lot of people in my circle.
Right.
Because if I detect that it's not real, then I don't need that. Because that's going to hurt me more than anything. Is you getting close to me just for what have I got to get?
Right.
I don't got nothing to take.
Right.
I don't.
Right.
So,
well, so you think. But what I found out is that people that go through our particular journeys, there is something absolutely special. I remember one time, the day I was going for my first surgery, my bishop called, and then his wife called, and she was praying for me. One of the things she said, Lord, we thank you for trusting her with this kind of journey. She says, because many would not go through this. Many would false accuse you. Many would turn their backs on you. Many would walk away from you. I remember her words specifically when she got to that part of the prayer, because I broke down crying so hard when she started saying those words over the phone, because that was the first time I had looked at it. Who looks at having brain tumors as something special? Out of all the people, God chose me to give me brain tumors. Oh, thank you, Lord. Who looks at it that way? But by the time she finished praying for me and I'm listening to her words, now I'm thinking about it differently. I'm seeing it differently. So I said that to say that when you go through something of that magnitude, whether it be cancer or brain tumors or really, really hard divorce or abusive relationships or whatever, anything that was life-changing and death-defying, I look at it like you have more now than you had before you went through all of that. Why? Because now you're in this place with God that you would have never been in had you not gone through all of that. So now we fully understand. We don't just read it. Now we live the scripture that said, it was good for me that I was afflicted because now I can know you. That means now I have become one with you. Now I get to know you. How? In the fellowship, in the communion, in your suffering. That means that now you and I, you and God, you and I, God and I have sat down and we have communed together. We have sat down and we have tabernacle together. You know, he has come in not for a visit, not for a visitation, but he came in for an inhabitation, which means he came in and he stayed right there. He's still right there, because if he ever leaves us, it's going to be at that point when he leaves us that we can no longer exist. Here's what I tell people. He didn't give me a miracle. He made me the miracle. Even my doctor, my surgeon, told my family, he said, here's what he said. He said, here's the miracle behind the surgery. Those were his words. When you have an expert who is considered the expert in that particular field of neurosurgery, when you have science recognizing God above all else, let me tell you something. I don't ever want to hear you say you don't have anything to give, because now you got so much more than you will ever have. Why? Because the hand of God now is forever on you. Well, how can you say the hand of God is forever on me? Because when death came in, apparently the blood was painted all over you, so that when death came in, death had to pass over, just like it had to pass over me. Why? Because he saw the blood, and wherever the blood is, baby, death got to flee. So I don't ever want you to think, well, what do I have to give? Let me tell you something. You got life to give. You got happiness to give. You got God to give. You got his spirit to give. Because wherever God is, that's where his spirit is. And wherever the spirit of the Lord is, sweetheart, there is liberty. Let me tell you something. I can almost promise you, before you went through all of this, there were some areas in your life where you just didn't know which way to go. You know how you was going to fix this. You didn't know how you was going to fix that. Because what? I was in the same place. But see, once I started getting sick and things start happening, honey, things start falling into place. Doors start opening. Let me tell you something. I am in the best place in my life. Have you ever been in the worst place, in the best place in your life at the same time? That's the way God is. We can't even understand. His ways are past our finding out. So I'm like this. I'm like, how can you take someone who has gone blind, someone who lost, when I say everything, I mean everything. Someone who had to walk away with nothing but clothes. So to me, that makes me homeless. I don't have an address. I don't have nowhere to call my own. So God, how do you take someone from all of that, give them not one address, but two addresses in two different cities? I didn't even have no income. I had no job. But let me tell you what I did have. I have some good credit, see, and see what God does. He'll put you at your worst position, and he'll put you in the best place at the worst time. And even my children would come home. They would say, "How did we get that? And how did we get this? Who bought that?" I said, "I did." "Well, how you paying for it?" "It's paid for." So what God will do, those of you that are listening to me, God has a way that we will never, ever understand. So when it was time for me to seek out more help than what I was getting in the city that I was in, and I needed a specialist, guess what? I already had a home to come to here in Atlanta, because I had a home here for the past 7 years. I just would never talk about it. So when I lived in Warner Robins, I had a home, I had an apartment there, and I had an apartment here. at the same time, for the past 7 years, I just never would tell anybody. I would never say anything about it. And, you know, people would look at you and think, and I had people, somebody told me to my face, well, you ain't got nothing. I said, okay. I would just say, okay. I'm not going to argue with you about what I know God has done for me. You know, I'm not one to put my business out there like that. And I would just let people say what they say. I would let people treat me the way they felt like they could treat me. I would let people say what they had to say. And in the interim of all of that, I knew God was yet proving himself, because I've always been a tither, number one. And I've always been a giver, so I knew sooner or later he was going to rebuke the devourer. For whose sake? For my sake. Y'all can say what you want to say, but as long as I knew I had seed in the ground, I knew sooner or later. My bishop says this: you can never get a harvest where there has never been seed. And so long as I knew I had seed in the ground, I knew eventually my harvest was going to come. So when I got ready to go purchase me a car, here's what I did. I took my other daughter. I said, come go with me, because I've never bought anything, you know, just right on my own. Not anything like new, like a big purchase, you know. So I said, come go with me. So we get there. I don't need her to do nothing. I wrote that check with all them zeros behind it. The check was good, by the way. Let me just make that clear. I wrote that check with all them zeros behind it. Walked out of there. I drove a rental that day, and I drove from there with my vehicle. And so here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that where I live now, you got to come through the gate to get in my house. You see what I'm saying? Everything here in my house, and this ain't bragging, and I know people are going to see this, everything in here is new and paid for. Why? Because my trust was not in the doctors. Because every time they would give me a report, I would have these crazy panic attacks. And I would have these crying spells where I couldn't stop crying. You know, and I would get so scared. You know, I was just like, okay, God, you know, well, who gonna take care of me, and how am I gonna do this, and how am I gonna do that? You know, like, but listen, Gregory, the whole time I was feeling, I remember somebody asked me, this guy wanted to date me, and he said, why won't you go out with me? You know what I told him? I said, because I don't have anything to offer you. That's what I said. I don't have anything to offer you, because that's how I felt, you know. But now, you can't pay me to say that now, you know. And so it's just like you go through these cycles, and you do feel like, well, I don't have anything to offer anybody because I've gone through this for so long, and because it's been so hard. But can I tell you, when you lend yourself to God, and this is the way my mom explained it to me. She said to me, Benita, you have lent yourself to God. You know, and she said to me, surely God pays all of his debts. And so anytime you lend yourself to God as a living vessel, as a living tabernacle, as a living witness, you know, I promise you this, God will take care of you. You'll see his goodness where in the land of the living. A lot of times people think we got to die to see God's goodness. We got to die to see his hand moving. We got to die to see days where we have good credit. We got to die, you know, or somebody got to leave us all of this. You know, the only way we can get it is through inheritance and through this. But God has a way to make things work out for our good. And listen, we'll go to sleep one night and wake up, and honey, while we're sleeping, God is working. I'm telling you, while the doctors are writing bad reports, preparing to give us bad news, God is working. And so somehow you're going to have to be able to see it. I don't know how, I don't even know how he did it. I don't know when God did it, but I went from just the clothes I had to too many clothes. You know, just the stuff I had to too much stuff. You know, and so when we go through these, whether it be cancer or brain tumors or depression or whatever we have to deal with, I hope somebody will watch this and hear our stories and come out of being afraid. You know, I don't want anybody to be afraid of their truth. You know, I don't want anybody to be afraid to say, hey, I need somebody to talk to. I'd rather us have these dialogues than to read about another person committing suicide when it don't have to end like that. You know what I'm saying? Particularly those of us in the black community, we just, like you said earlier, we're just not there for each other the way we need to be. You know, you go to our other brothers and sisters, they have it in their churches, they have it in their communities, they have all kind of help groups and things of that nature. We don't even want to talk about it, let alone have help groups. You know, for my mentor in the Brain Tumor Association, we have mentors. You know, people that have already gone through their surgeries, that have already gone through their treatments, you know. So I met my mentor through the Brain Tumor Association. You know, it's a white guy named Kevin. And there are days he can text me and say, hey, how you doing? And then I'll say, physically I'm fine. Thanks for checking on me. When I say that, he picks up the phone and calls. He says, I don't like your response. You said physically you're fine. That means mentally you're not fine, because you would have said, I'm good, or all is well, or something like that. So now he's been my mentor for so long, he knows my trigger words. You know, he knows when I'm not having a good day. You know, so if I say, well, physically I'm feeling okay today, that means mentally I might be in a low place for today. Mentally, I might not be able to get out of bed today. You know, when I have those days, I got just enough strength to get up, get a shower, get back in the bed. You know, that's about it. You know what I'm saying? And so we have to be cognizant and learn each other's trigger words so we can start being there for one another in the black community more. If not, we're going to keep seeing these high numbers of cases of depression and anxiety that leads to suicide. And then we leave everybody guessing, well, what happened? You know, we got to get those, I always read statistics, we got to get those numbers to come down in our community, well, across the board, but more specifically in our community, because we don't have these kind of conversations in private, let alone, you know, you and I are talking just like we on the phone, but we're talking over the World Wide Web, you know what I'm saying? And we're actually sharing our stories and we're sharing our lives with the world now. And my prayer is that someone will see this video and someone will hear my story. A man will hear your story. A man will see your courage. A man will see hear your truth and say, hey, if he can tell his truth and he can come forward, you know, because, I mean, like, you talk like I talk. Like, that's why I was, like, laughing. I was like, thank God somebody else said the truth. Like, I'm like, I got one friend. Let me tell you something. And she may or may not be on, but, honey, you can call her and say your toenail hurt. She going to start speaking in tongues. She going to tell you what the Lord says. She going to tell you what the Word says. She going to start prophesying. I'm not trying to call her because I don't want to hear all that right now. You know? I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear that, you know. I don't want to hear that, you know. I just want to ask you how you doing. You know, are you going to be on my side of town today? You know, can you stop by? Can you come see me? Don't tell me. I don't want to hear all that, you know. So you don't want to hear it, don't call her, because it's just her M.O. It's how she rolls. You know, she don't mean no harm. That's just how she rolls. You know, so, and she probably going to get me for saying this, but she already know that's how I talk about her. But it just is what it is.
You want that person also to deal, it's, you know, the Bible talks about being natural and spiritual. It's okay to be, but you know, you want someone to be able to just, let me talk to you on the real. You get what I'm saying? On the natural. I don't need you. I mean, if you want to pray for me later, that's cool. You know, that's fine, and it's appropriate. But you know, I need to be able to talk to you about what I'm feeling.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't need you to cut me off and start speaking in tongues.
Right.
I need to be a listener.
Right.
And this is what we do. We don't listen well. We like, some people love to hear themselves talk.
Right.
And what I've learned, that to be the best communicator, you must be a very good listener.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And getting back to the part about anxiety and depression in the black community, it's taboo. It's been for so long that, you know, he cray.
Right.
You know,
he throw it off.
We don't go to the therapist. Yeah, we don't go talk to therapists. Go get that crazy check. You know,
Yeah.
it's always been a negative stigma to it.
Right.
And not realize that it could be a chemical imbalance, it could be a sickness, it could be something that happened to that individual that was unwanted,
Yeah.
unsolicited.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Or,
Some kind of trauma, childhood trauma, anything.
yeah, you know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
they've held it in for so long.
Yeah.
And I call it the arrested development, because
Right.
wherever you felt trauma at,
That's where you stop growing. Yep.
10, 12, you continue to grow as a man,
Yep.
you continue to grow as a woman,
Yep.
but you're still stuck there.
Yeah.
15 or 14 years old, and what happened? And you hold it in, and you're afraid to talk to someone about it, because it's, people look at you as being the nasty one.
Right.
Or, you know, why are you coming forth with that? Let it be bygone. You know?
Right.
And your truth is not wanted. It's not wanted to be heard. And so you just go on with this thing continually growing and manifesting itself in you, where, you know, like I said, it doesn't always have to be a sickness. It can be a number of things. You know, you could have been bullied. It could be anything. Too many rejections can put a person in a place of feeling unwanted. What's the use? Loss of a job. Anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That will make us feel like life is out of control.
Right.
And we can't fix it. And
Right.
naturally, what we want to do is when something's out of control, broke, we want to fix it.
Right.
But a lot of times, we don't, what we may be dealing with, we don't have the capability to fix it in the physical.
Right.
And so, praying about it and waiting for it to change in the spiritual becomes a major challenge. Because God's time is not our time.
Right.
And that's the whole thing. Because where God may be like, you know, like, God, I want this to be done tomorrow. God's like, I got a appropriate time that I'm gonna do it. You know, the same thing with Job. You know, we don't know exactly how long that was.
Right.
But I know that it was devastating. It was devastating to think of that, you know, to go through all of that. And I think about, you know, I was reading the scripture yesterday when God told Abraham that he's going to be the father of many nations. But it took 25 years for that to manifest.
Wow.
Moses out there in the wilderness. God is speaking to him for 40 years.
Mhm.
How many of us deal with that? Not hearing anything from God at all. 40 years? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
He still comes through, just not always on our time.
Mhm.
So,
So in our last So in our last few minutes, we got about 3 more minutes left. So in our last few minutes, what would you say to another man to encourage them to come on to a show like mine and be as transparent and as open as you are?
I would say to them, put down the machoism. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
If you're hurting, whatever it is, it's okay. You're not any less of a man to talk about your weaknesses, because your weaknesses are part of you just as your strengths, and they are what make you up. And so if you never talk about your weaknesses, you're never able to get strong and get past them. So don't stay in hiding. Don't continue to wear the mask. Be available, because you talking to someone or telling your story, they're looking at you and say, hey, I can do it, And so just never feel that you telling your journey or what you feel is a sign of weakness. It's actually more a sign of strength. It takes a whole lot to share your dark places, the places that you don't want people to know, and the places that you only think about yourself. But if you can be transparent and still hold your head up, that's the key. Because just know that there's someone out there that's dealing with the same thing. Trust me. The Bible says there's nothing new under the sun, man. So you're not by yourself. I'm not by myself. Okay? I hope you all join in. Whenever you see Pastor Benita Bradley on, it's going to be helpful to you. And let's chop it up. Let's just be real men. Let's share. Ladies too. It's okay. We're in this thing called life. And, we got limits. We got things that happen to us that are unfortunate, that are certainly out of control. But we got to be helpers to one another. Iron sharpens iron. I love you. And, telling your story makes me love you no less, my man. So, thank God for you. Thank God you for Benita for coming on and presenting this topic. And hopefully, others going on in the future will feel more comfortable and say it's okay. Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
man, it is okay.
Thank you, Gregory. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay.
much for sharing your story. Know that we love you and we're praying for you, and we know that you're doing the same for us as well. I think this is the longest I've ever stayed on, but you know what? I promise you it was so worth it. Like you said, just to get one man to come on, a black man, this was so worth it. We'll be back on Wednesday night. I'm going to try to come on maybe at 7, come on a little bit early so we can have more time. And hopefully we'll get, some other people to chime in, because like you said, I know there are other people out there. And so in the meantime, just know if you're out there, you're listening to this, you're not alone. Depression is what it is. It's not something you can just get over or snap out of. You have to find a way to manage. It's part of life. It's not a demon. It's not a spirit. If you're dealing with any kind of sickness, we do pray that the Lord's blessing over you. And so we'll be back on Wednesday night around 7 o'clock right here for another episode of What's on Your Mind. All right. Gregory, we thank you so much for joining in with us. And good night, everybody. We'll see you on Wednesday night. All right? All right. Bye-bye.
Love everybody. Remember to keep everyone in prayer. And, just always, consult God about everything. And just know that, like I said, once again, there's someone out there that needs this. Someone. I guarantee you, I promise you they do. And so with that being said, we can talk about it, and then we'll know what to pray for,
All right. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye, everyone. God bless.
Bless you.